Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Monday, June the 15th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? Okay, great. All right. The Dreamer, I had some issues with the charts earlier, about half an hour ago, but everything seems to be okay now. We had a little hiccup for about a minute, but mine are fine now. Let me just do a quick check on the channel bar because that was also, yeah, got this internal error going there. I can see that. So let me just pass that on. So give me a moment here. All right, guys. Net Element. Yeah, well, if you were in the room on Friday afternoon, you know that I'm really warming up to this. The basic new highs and lows giving us some really excellent alerts from, say, about 1:30 to 3:30. Anyway, Net Element was one of them. And now I guess we can see why. I mean, that just kept going and going and going. And so they just announced this morning that they're merging with some company. I don't know exactly the name of the company, but they are merging. Interesting. We're now halted because of extraordinary news. First it was news, then it was extraordinary news. Interesting. Yeah, always do the reset. I mean, I tried the reset several times, but it just didn't work for me. Of course, I don't really access the channel bar too much in the pre-market, but just a minute here. Just going to talking with our development guys. All right, now what else is happening? Well, obviously the market's gapping down. That's number one. So I have to see what happens once the market opens. Take a look at the SPY here. I want to see what the SPY in the daily chart looks like. Yeah, so that's not good. So right now we're below the 200-day moving average. There's the 200-day, 300.98. So we're now below the 200-day moving average. Of course, we have to wait and see what happens once the market opens, but this is not augur well. Now let's take a look at some of the individual things that are happening. HGSH, and a lot of these, understand that I checked them earlier on in the pre-market. A lot of them could be giving it up. This is not too bad. HGSH is not too bad. Hasn't given it up too much. Well, I shouldn't say that. It's almost $1 from the high. 255 down to $1.70. Just don't like that. 13 million in the float. China stock. BBI, has that held its gap? Okay, now BBI has held the gap. Positive phase 3 data. BBI has held the gap. Look at that massive gap on the daily chart. Look at the weekly chart. Probably 3 might be tough to get through. It's an 8.5 million in the float. But at least it's held. It's held in the pre-market so far. It hasn't given up that much. This is one that really has given up a lot. It's still up a lot, I believe. It's up 25%. IC, but look where it was. It was all the way up to 744 down to 480. Just hard to get a lot of confidence about something like that. And this is another one I just find very difficult to certainly intraday trade. Well, it's holding digital ally, but you can see how, very erratic it was last week. Big gap up, down, topping tails, bottoming tails. Just hard to get a true gauge on what's going to happen with this one. This is a Canadian company, actually. It's out of Markham, Ontario. Huge gap here. I'm interested that you shorted that one, Zach. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Basically, the virus play, approval to begin phase 2, phase 3. Low float, 3.9 million in float. Look at the volume. Well, they're right there. I don't know what to say, Alex. If you have mine, haven't made any changes to them. BYSI. Okay, now here's a classic one. I mean, look at the high here, $25. It's pulled all the way back down to 17. You know, wouldn't surprise me if it's going to go negative, not negative, but just maybe even neutral. Positive phase 3 results, but I mean, just giving up way too much. You know, again, guys, when I'm doing my pre-market work, a lot of times they're up here when I'm jotting them down. Are you sure you don't have it just, have you sorted it on the right one, change from the close? Just one other quick one. Check on the server sort, right click, configure, and check on the server sort. What do you have it what do you have it on the server sort? Let's see. Did I go over BHTG? BHTG. Another one, you know, too bad. Another one, 293. Now it's 161. So, I mean, there are a lot of these little high flyer biotechs are just giving it up. Fluidigm, FLDM. What's the high in the pre-market? 477. So, I mean, it's given up some. At least it's basing a little bit here. Fluidigm. See if there's any specific news about them. Fluidigm. Yeah, so it's a virus play. Late Friday filed for FDA emergency use of its saliva-based test for COVID. Okay, so there's their news, such as it is for Fluidigm, FLDM. And then, of course, last but not least is Net Element. Just, wow. Just halted on that news of a merger. Okay, the other couple I was looking at, I didn't jot them down, was Coda. I think it was because the volume wasn't great. Coda, oh, I know why. Coda is actually an earnings play. CODA is an earnings play, very few earnings plays, of course, right now. I suppose you want to keep an eye on it if it takes out 5. I mean, it's down 10%. No volume really to speak of. But if it takes out 5, it's got some room down to that 450 level. So it's not, you know, it's not incredibly, not an incredible amount of room, but we'll have to see just once this market opens. But it is actually trying to recover here, as I'm noticing. I'm sorry. I'm looking at Friday afternoon. And the other one I had jotted down was CHNR. CHNR, another China play. Another China play. Now this one had a huge move on Friday, but then it gave it all up. So it's, you know, there's the 200-day moving average. It got down to the 200 moving average again. You know, so hard to know what's going to happen with this one. CHNR. $9.14. So let me just do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Yeah, not very many downgrades, not very many upgrades. So I'll start typing them in. Look at Digital Ally, GGLY. It had a 3-bar pullback on the 15s, starting to move again. Yeah, look at Shop. Shop is still strong. An upgrade, my Piper Sandler. All right, guys, just a couple more to go, and that is it for the upgrades from briefing.com this morning. And I'll get the downgrades in now. Man, Net Element just absolutely ripping on that merger news. CIDM is coming back too. I hear it in my ear. CIDM. Text to voice. All right, guys, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. I don't know what you mean by that CHNR charts that I'm clicking on. CHNR. I'm not sure I understand what you mean by that. Oh, okay, then you might have to do a refresh. You might have to do a refresh. All right, guys, so again, if you want to follow my watch list up and down and the watch list repeating all day long, I've got another new symbol list name change for those of you who know what I'm talking about. Otherwise, click on new from the channel bar, new from the toolbar, click on channel bar, and then my windows, Barry's watch list it's now called, Barry's watch list. And remember, everything in a channel is a layout. So before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time, so your layout will be replaced. But if you want to follow my watch list up and down and the repeating all day long, then just go to the channel bar and there it is. I have made some subtle changes to my basic new highs and lows. I'm going to see how that works this morning, okay? You'll probably get some alerts before I do, which is okay. I'm just trying to make some subtle changes. What I'm trying to do is to see if I can somehow duplicate the success we're having late in the day with this a little bit earlier in the first hour also. And as usual, I'll be demonstrating the simulated trading module all day long from Brokerage Plus. Held VVNT. We'll see. This is just an outlier though, so I don't really. That's only on 7 shares, so we'll see what happens. But VVNT is a really, I mean, look at the chart on it. Look at VVNT. I mean, look how much room. Look at the room it's got. It just needs some volume today, VVNT. But look left on that weekly chart, on the monthly chart. Of course, obviously on the daily chart, if it maintains this. You know, it's only 7 shares, so I don't anticipate that it's going to maintain it, but I think what I missed was FCX, Freeport McMoran. Keep an eye on this one. Underneath 10, big psychological number for it to get through. There's the 200-day moving average, 1013. Yeah, I see news. I do see it. Watch it this morning. Thought, okay, is it going to try to maintain? You know, there was the first pop I saw up to 451. It came right back down to 390. I mean, it may get going now, but can it hold? That's the big thing. Can it hold? Not quite. Not quite, Harry's. You would have to do a few more reverse splits and yeah, it'll be interesting to see if this holds as seven. I mean, it's obviously it's only seven, but this has been on my watch list for a few days now. VVNT, you know, had a great. This is last week, of course, and then the week before it had a beautiful, beautiful move the week before. Modest move last week, but can it continue to start to fill in this area here? I mean, there's a massive, massive gap. Smart home. And the trade of the week this week, guys, is well, not really. It's a sustain cash, and you know, not now, not the symbol, but the cash. DVAX on the move here, guys. Look at this. This is after a steady downturn after you know a couple of huge days, getting all the way up to 8, and then basically giving it all up. And now this is the virus play, right? Well, you have to look at the email, Intel designer. I don't create. I don't do the. He looks. Steve looks at a few scans. The email you're getting. I mean, I don't know what he. I don't know what he used this week. Dave and Buster's. I'm not sure I mentioned this one. Play. Yeah, you have to read the whole email. So Dave and Buster's is yeah, it's gap down. PBR, so Brazilian stock. The main criteria for the stock for the trade of the week, stock of the week, whatever you want to call it, is for a longer term hold. You know, they're not designed. I mean, look, you can trade it any way you want, but the idea is these are longer term holds. Bonjour, Bolsano. Yeah, if you register for it, you get sent the trade of the week every Monday morning before the market opens, sent to your email. Man, oh man, I mean, I am somewhat stunned at this move by Net Element. I mean, well, they were right. Halted because of extraordinary events. Yeah, on that, Doc, I cannot help you. I cannot help you. You might have to check, yeah, just to check your spam folder first. I can't help you there. All right. Well, I'm sure it'll be an interesting week. They've all been very interesting for the last 3 months. So let's see what happens. Let's see if this gap down holds or if it becomes my favorite day, the big gap down, and then a nice recovery throughout the day. giving us lots and lots of nice little bounce trend plays. I think it's called Not Quite. Let me just see. I think it's called Not Quite. Yeah, Not Quite. That's the name of the symbol this week. It may be, Doc, but I'm sure you would have been very happy to have taken it before the halt. Wow, 4 minutes before. Okay, do you have when you say a blank screen, but do you have a green ball? Just got to make sure that you are connected correctly. All right, we have to load if you go to a channel bar as an example. So if you see yours is looking a little bit different, but there should be something that says new. And then if you click on new and then channel bar, do you get anything? You know, when you click on one of the channels, do you get something loading? If not, I'm going to have to send you to our tech because I won't be able to help you. I'll just quickly, what time is it? 9:27. Okay, I'm just going to quickly go and see. No, I do see there's an issue. Yeah, okay. Okay, 7, I do see there obviously is a problem with the web-based version because I'm not able to, this is what you're seeing, right? They're all grayed out. Yeah, okay. Pass it on. Okay, well, I passed it on, 7, to our tech, and so they are aware of it. So nothing I can do right now. Sorry about that. Or you can try to reopen, I suppose, as Hawk is saying, try to reopen. Okay, guys, the market's going to open in less than 1 minute. Well, let's have a great start to this trading week. I don't have very many stocks in my symbol list for Monday, guys, so I have no idea what we're going to get. Plus, a lot of them had gapped up on Friday because of what happened on the market on Friday. So now that the market is gapping down, I have no idea what we're going to get this morning. And the market's going to open 210. We are now open for business. And guys, as usual, I just kind of sit out the first 15 minutes anyway. Let things try to settle down a little bit. And I'm very, very interested to see what happens later on in the day, 1:30 on with these windows here. We've been having some really fabulous one. In fact, let me see, there was one at the end of I don't see it here. I don't see it here. So, oh, plus, plus, plus. Don't want that. There was one here. I think it started with the letter A. And about, I think around 3:45 or so, it had a big, big move. Okay, guys, so AR is halted, and it's halted because of news. So this is not a volatility halt. AR is halted because of news. Yeah, I saw some chatter about BIOC. Yeah, but it didn't. I was going to talk about it, but you know, it's just not holding. Yeah, it might have been. Yeah, are you talking about Friday afternoon, Chris? Ante, ANTE, might have been. So seeing that little move there. Though I didn't think it was a penny stock. All right, so a lot of these flyers giving it up. I see ETSA coming down, Digital Ally coming down. IC is just a mess. BBI, HGSH. So none of the ones that were flying in the pre-market are holding right now. Now keep an eye on WRTC. Doesn't have a ton of room. I mean, I think 9 is going to probably be a real challenge to get through. Had a great, interesting last 2 weeks. Big topping tail there, big bottoming tail there. This is not shortable for me, net element, so NETE. All right, so the changes I made to my basic new highs and lows made it a little more restrictive on what's going to happen in these two windows. You don't have to do the same thing, but yeah, look at the SPY now, guys. First move is down. Wow, down 740 the market. So, I mean, there's that first red candles forming on that 15-minute chart. Volume pouring in. So again, in my watch list, the bias was long because of what happened on Friday. So I don't have too many on the short side. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens. It is called Not Quite. Not Quite. Halted again, yes. And now this time on the way down. So, and this is a volatility halt. The first one was a extraordinary event halt. Yeah, so you just have to go to the window, okay, right click and properties and actions and uncheck play sound, okay? Uncheck play sound. Okay? What do I think of news? I find it frustrating. It's an awful looking daily chart. That's all I can say. It's a terrible looking daily chart. It's just to me, it's a very frustrating one to try to figure out right now. Okay, now this one was halted. Okay, halted on the way up, guys. HGSH, a China stock, halted on the way up. So after that pullback, now remember, what did it hit in the pre-market? It hit 254 in the pre-market. Basically, I mean, it gave up well over $1. I mean, that's a huge, huge drop, percentage drop. But it is starting again. One of the very few earnings plays, guys. JKS, kind of a known stock. JKS, earnings play. Probably support around 15.50. That's about $1 away. Yeah, this is another difficult one. I mean, look what it did on Friday. Got all the way up to 15. Closed, I mean, almost cut in half on the close. Now trying again. Of course, 1, 2, 3, 4 days ago, it had a sensational day of getting almost up to 30. No, you don't. If you click on my channel, on my watch list, you don't have to do anything. This is just for people. This is what a lot of people do: is they take my watch list and then they save it. Okay, they'll save the windows to the cloud, and then Monday mornings they'll bring them back because the watch list name has changed, and they all have to do is change the name of the watch list. Yeah, I know why you're asking. It's from the AI. It's just one of those ones in which I don't. It's just kind of out of the price range I like. But I mean, if you look at it, I mean, it's got if it obviously it takes that 83.72 on the daily chart, on that weekly chart, it has some room, 83.76 or so. Look left, it's got a lot of room. So it's just out of the price range that I like to trade from the AI. Okay, now Net Element did not plunge, guys. I mean, it got halted, but it did not plunge. Well, this could have a great run. I mean, if it takes out that high right there, which is what, 83.58. I mean, it's almost there. I mean, if it takes that out, just look left on that monthly chart. It's got a lot of room. All right, I have to make sure I haven't put some filter in here that's just kind of crazy. Nope. Okay, so there's Cloudera, CLDR. Well, I mean, look at Cloudera. I mean, you can just see, look at the high looking left on Friday. The high was what, 1239, the high before that 1251. I mean, if this really wants to get going, it just has to take out that area, and then if you look left, it has room to 15. So I'd be kind of watching Cloudera to see if it can take it out. You stick an alert around 1228 for me as it's getting closer to taking it out if it does. Okay, we have a resume now for HGSH. Nice resume, guys. Look at this, starting to move here. Lots and lots of room. Fairly low float, 13.5 million in the float for HGSH. All right. Well, okay. The SPY actually reversed itself a little bit on that. Remember now, at one point the SPY was red down there. It's trying to reverse itself. Again, there's that 200-day moving average. Man, oh man, you talk about a tough trader. Look at BYSI, guys. I mean, it got halted, and now it's open. It in the pre-market, it hit $25, gave up about $8, held, and now it's popped about $4. Tough, tough trader. Yeah, it's way out of my price range, Electronic Arts, but well, it reminds me a little bit like the iRobot. I mean, if it takes out this up here at some point, I mean, it has room. I mean, there's 140 up there, and I do see the volume coming in. Don't know if there's some news on it, but this is part of one of the stay-at-home stocks, if you will. No, it is a free room, 7. Come one, come all. Boy, look at this. I mean, net elements holding. What do we got here? I mean, the minute you mentioned that, now I know in the first 15 minutes or so, okay, I'm going to see now if we're going to get anything in my watch list, up or down. Yeah, the gap down in reverse. I'm seeing some coming in, yes. And then, of course, then there's the gap up and reverse, DVAX. I see a lot of people talking about Thinkorswim, TDA issues they're having. Get what you pay for, guys. You know, I know everybody's clamoring for free commissions. I will say this about Interactive Brokers. Um, I can't remember the last time it was down. Years? Seriously, I mean, I just cannot remember the last time I had an issue with Interactive Brokers. Is it really? Okay, well, it's been fine in Canada. Exactly, Adelaide, because that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I only heard good things about Thinkorswim, but not. I'm not hearing glowing things since they went to free commissions. Yeah, I'm probably the wrong Oh, JP Morgan? Well, I mean, obviously this is a bankruptcy stock. I mean, you're just. Oh, I'm sorry, JP Morgan. I'm sorry. I was thinking of JC Penney. Excuse me. JP Morgan is not going bankrupt. Um, well, I mean, I don't know what you're seeing here exactly on this daily chart. To me, is I just don't know what you're seeing exactly. I don't. I mean, until it stops moving down. I'm assuming you're talking about a swing long. What do you mean by a link for the other rooms, Seven? This is the only room there is. Not sure I know what you mean by the other rooms. No, I'm the wrong person, Landy. Okay, you're obviously stocks like this are very, very tied to the market. So I mean, if you think the market's going to rebound, but these are not stocks that are going to be really trading on their own. They're so dependent on what the overall market's going to do. So it's your guess as good as mine in terms of what the market's going to do over the next 2 weeks. But again, I am not a big swing trader, so but you're talking about a couple of big financials, so they look exactly the same, don't they? So I mean, they're all tied. It's very tied to the market. Okay, guys. Well, now the market is at this point a little uncertain what it wants to do. Had a little topping tail and a big bottoming tail on the SPY the first 15 minutes, so there is uncertainty. So I'm just looking here at this E-trend. It's look interesting if it can take out 850 or so. That's the ETRN, but there is not, and it's starting to. But you can see right there on that daily chart, there's the level it's got to get through. And we have not even gold is positive, guys. What's gold doing? And not even gold. We have not one positive sector as we speak. Oh man, let's see, AMD. Yeah, see when I look at this, daily chart, can you not see topping tails, bottoming tails, even on the weekly chart? I mean, there's just sort of somewhat directionless, and I believe this is, obviously another stock. Now the thing is, this is a tech stock, and it didn't really, I don't think it really followed, except for that day, the rest of the tech market. So it's, I just don't get a read on a chart when I see this. It's just too up and down, too choppy for me. So we do have a good little video series, CT Fox. We call it 20 short video lessons, which go over a lot of the basics of trade ideas. How to create an alert window. What is an alert window? How to create it. What is a top list window? How to create it. So those are I think really good, short, quick, to the point video lessons. See, 20, I mean, you don't have to do it in 20 days. You can go at your own pace. But you see what I'm saying? Everything is right there. This nice little short videos. I think it goes over all the basics. And I'll give you a link if you do decide you want to take out a subscription. Okay, Enoch, I don't understand your question. How do I know my profit I'm getting if I selected one of IA's watch lists with the Brokerage Plus? Don't understand the question exactly. You're talking about in the simulator or? Okay, I do see this one. Now, okay, actually, so this was a short bias, actually, from the watch list. You can see why this is slowly moving down. It has support right around 3. But the market is trying to make a little bit of a comeback here. So again, if you're going to go short something, unless you're going short something that has news specifically to it, and vice versa, if you're going to go long and the market is moving higher, you want to have the market a little bit on your side, unless again the stock is moving, kind of dancing to its own beat. I'm just watching this one, seeing it's a little cheap stock to short, but okay, guys. Now this one is, I think this one actually might have shown up, maybe not. EVK, anyway. EVK, Everglory International, women's clothing stores. Okay, one moment, please. All right. Well, so I still don't quite understand your question. If you take a trade, I mean, to follow your profit and loss is right up here. I'm not sure I completely understand your question. If you're in the simulator, you can close P&L, your max P&L, the open P&L. EVK just opened, guys. EVK just opened. But it just got halted again. EVK just got halted again. So this is on the run here. Just got halted again. I'm sorry, I am wrong. It got halted here at 9:55. I thought it was halted earlier, and then this was the resume. So if this is a 5-minute halt, it'll be 10 o'clock plus 35 seconds. So a lot of chatter about this one, SOLY. I've always kind of been super intrigued by this company. Tattoo removal and other things, but it has crawled back. I mean, over the past few weeks, it has crawled back from all the way down here, 7. So basically a double. And that is SOLY. And I didn't even realize it hit here. Yeah, it hit here. Okay, 14.12. Well, it's hopefully they're named in a way that kind of makes sense. I mean, they are basically swing ideas, swing trade ideas, stocks that might be worth holding for a few days or weeks. Okay, and hopefully most of the other channels, they're all named in a way. I think we had a earnings channel, account builders, pre-market channel, Alpha Predator. These are looking for stocks that are kind of trading on their own, not caring what the rest of the market is doing. Ready to run. Maybe these things are just getting ready to go. This is social media. It takes a look at what's happening on stock twits, stock surging. I mean, some of them make... Now, the Trader's Vault is an interesting one. It has a lot of different strategies in there, a lot of different scans, I should call. We have several traders at Trade Ideas, and they'll put they do webinars, and what they'll do is they'll put the scans that they use in the webinars, they'll put this in this Trader's Vault. So if you click on that, you will see a lot of scans. Swing ideas, enjoy the show. I'm not sure what that means, to be honest. Gap trading, explosive winners. I mean, some of it just kind of makes sense. Yeah. There is an archive of all the webinars, yes, if you... If you click on this training link, and scroll down a bit, you will see, if you scroll down a bit, here are all the webinars. Okay, so you can subscribe to the webinars, and here are all the replays. Yeah, it's going to have to break through that 200-day, right in that 200-day moving average area for the SPY. Okay, so this WRTC has a little bit of room, okay? Maybe up to the 10 level. I mean, it still does have a little bit of room. Had a very interesting week to say the least last week. Look at that big bottoming tail and then came back. But again, very dependent. A lot of these are going to be pretty dependent on what the overall market's doing. Now the market's flattening out. It's not, but it's still down 500. All right, Chef, gap down and keep going down. So there's support though. Too bad for Chef. CHEF. Support looks like it's fairly close, so I'm gonna have to forget about that one. All right, guys. So this one is not very much volume. All right, it's 20 million in the float. The all-time high, not that far away for DYAI. Just not very much volume. Mr. JB, good morning and welcome. By the way, anybody who's brand new into the room this morning, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen and I'm live on the mic. Well, big area for Celsius. It's through the 200-day moving average. It's just above the high of 3 weeks ago, or right at the high of 3 weeks ago. Morning, Simran. All right, so Cloudera. I wish these two weren't there. I wish this was right here. I wish that daily candle or weekly candle was above these last two weekly candles because this could definitely have some room to go. Cloudera, CLDR. Morning, Lee. All right, guys, Celsius on the move. On the move here. Again, through that. I'm sorry. I always get confused. This is the weekly chart. This is the 200 weekly. Okay, it's not the 200-day moving average. Well, your risk, the dollar amount should be the risk per trade, okay? But if you're just going to arbitrarily say, well, I'm going to risk $1 a trade, I'll be honest, I don't think that makes sense. Or 50 cents a trade. Just because the VWAP at least the VWAP has, I always use this term, it has some science behind it, okay? As opposed to just saying, well, I'm risking 50 cents every trade. Or $1 every trade. That's just, there's no real basis behind that, in my opinion. That makes sense? It's like saying I buy 500 shares of every stock, no matter what the price is, no matter where the stop is. I mean, there's no basis behind that, really, in my opinion. All right, guys. Well, I am right now still sitting on my hands. I'm just waiting to see. The SPY is actually looking a little bit better here. For maybe get some trending plays long, we're right at that 200-day. Trying to recover a little bit. Well, obviously that was a pretty good alert, 1412 for the Solly, 1475 now. Let's see if this comes back now, 923. So I'm going to stick an alert around 916 for WRT, see if it comes back. And this one, well, you know, I mean, the problem is that it had a spike high at the beginning of the day when it opened. So the only way this gets alerted is that it took out that high right there. So that was going to be pretty extended. Well, I believe yeah, so you can put the target 20%. You can put the target in a percent if you want to. So that's exactly what you would do. Well, guys, keep an eye on ETRAN. I mean, it's getting very close to the highs right there, 857 and 853. I mean, if it can pop through, and I want to see what is, what's the sector doing? Does it kind of come back a little bit? So I see OIH and XL, where's XLE? You don't see that energy, so this is kind of trading on its own. I don't see that energy is making a big comeback. So this is kind of trading on its own right now, which is what you want to see. Okay, guys, and now again, I find this one difficult, but DGLY, Digital Ally, just over 5 now. Just over 5. Sorry about that. Jeez. Yeah, I'm talking about iRobot here. So that was a very nice alert from the AI, actually. Up 4.5%. When somebody asked me about it, I said, well, if it can take out this area right there, 83.50, I mean, and then it can start to really attack this area, and that's what it's doing. IRBT. And another one, it took a while to get going, but I don't mind talking about these after the fact. But so a couple of pretty good ones from the AI this morning. Q, another one, CUE, took a little while to get going, but there's the alert at 27 and now at 27.50. It's a bit of a tough spread, but this obviously has a lot of room if it wants to keep moving. Yes, the SPY is now just a little bit above that area, the 200-day moving, simple moving average area. It's right at it, 300.98. It was right at it. Oh, I don't. I know it is very interesting. I mean, if it takes out that high right there and there, I mean, it's got a lot of room if it clears all this. I mean, it's already, what's it, up 9%. Saw a lot of chatter about it this weekend. All right, we are now getting a lot of gap down and reversals. Which you would expect with the market doing what it's doing. There was the big gap down. Now the market itself is trying to reverse somewhat. So we're getting a lot of stocks that did kind of mirrored the market. Okay, UNVR, kind of interesting. It's got some room up to this level. Looking left on that weekly chart, 1880. Last week it was 1826, so it has a little bit of room. And that's a UNVR. All right. Well, this one's coming back. FMCI had a look at the day it had on Friday. All the way down here, down to $11. It has popped right back up. Of course, this is the one that is being linked with. Is it Impossible Meat? Potential merger with them. That's what these guys do as a company. Maybe a merger with them. You can see right off the bat, if you take a look at the daily chart, a couple of highs right up there around 1450. I suppose if it takes out 1450, could get really rocking again. Cloudera is getting closer and closer to this level. 1222 on that high, and 1204. So guys, I mean, Cloudera could start. Let's see, 1240. I'm sorry, on the weekly chart, 1240 and 1250, 1240 and 1250 on the weekly. Clears that. I mean, it's only up 5%. It's not like a huge move. Wow, look at UNVR starting to trying to attack this little area here. Now there is the 200-day. That is about a dollar 20 away. Okay, now the market is putting in a little bit of a red candle. I'm just watching these gap down and reverses. Okay, there's the FMCI, just took that area out, or trying to anyway. Notice how the price alert window works. If you minimize it, it'll pop up on your screen when the target gets hit. And there's the Cloudera just popping up. Oh, I wish this weren't here. If that weren't here, I mean, this would be... Yeah, keep an eye on this one, guys. I mean, this is trying to come back. This had a horrible few days. MYGN, it is trying to come back. Even today, it had that bottoming tail. It tried to sell off, but it is maybe glimmer of hope if you were anybody who was trapped up here and didn't get out. MYGN, nobody in this room, of course, because everybody in this room has a stop. So this is what I'm seeing here, the gap down and reverse, gap down and reverse. Look at all the powder blue. These are all stocks that are gap down and then are reversing, as opposed to the beginning of the day. Actually, the beginning of the day it was like that. So as long as the market continues to put in these green bars, he was just kidding. The dreamer was just kidding. But thanks for answering, Steady. No, I wouldn't say that. It could have been a very legitimate question. Or a legitimate answer. All right, guys. So I guess I'm going to keep an eye on IC. I mean, this really, though, had a big pullback. I don't know how much was traded up there, but I mean, it hit 744 in the pre-market. Okay, I mean, it's sitting at 455 right now. So we're talking about over a $3 drop. Okay, but it's trying to come back. IC. I mean, it's still up 18%. Big volume for it, 1.9 million shares. Well, Digital Ally guys, DGLY. All right, Q isn't bad now. Q, CUE, the spread is not horrible. It's 9 cents. It tightened up a little bit. And this one, I mean, look at the room it's got on the daily chart, guys. This could be an interesting one if anybody took it from the AI, CUE, for a hold, depending on how well it closes. It's a virus play. Simran, all you have to do is okay, there it is. Biotech receives regulatory approval to initiate a virus study. Okay, that's the reason. It's a very low float, 4 million in the float. Well, it's on the move now. Yeah, man, it takes this out right here around the 780. I mean, it got up to almost $10, almost $10. Man, this is a high flyer in the pre-market, up to 337, down to 2 now. So I guess forget about that one. Yeah, I wouldn't be touching this if you're trying to go long unless it took out last week's high. I mean, not that far away from it. I mean, obviously, if it took out last week's high, VKTX, which is what, 731, it has some room to the 8 level. Not trading very much though. 167,000 shares, that's not very much. It's only about half normal. NBSE. This was one from last week. Whoa, look at this one. NBSE. Ah, man. Okay, this is kind of interesting. What's the spread? It's about a 5-cent spread. Not terrible. This is right at last week's high now. 877. Okay, well, he's had some patience or waited for it to get back to 773 for the EDSA. That's why this is a watch list. Okay, it's a watch list. It's not necessarily do you have to take the trade right off the bat. Yeah, this IC is just that's a very big pullback from the highs. Well, I'm kind of waiting till about 130. I can't wait to see what happens in the basic new highs and lows at around 130, 130 on. All right, guys, it's almost 10:30, so I think I have not taken a trade yet. Wow, look at XPER. What a very interesting level this is at. XPER, the highs are 1262 and 1260. looking left on the daily charts, the last two highs looking left, you can see that if it can take out 1260, look at the room it's got. Okay, that's for the XPER. So it is trying to come back. All right, again, I'll wish everybody who's new to the room a big welcome. Again, this is the format, Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen and I am live on the mic. If you are a Trade Idea subscriber, I am sharing a lot of scans. If you click on the scans tab within the trading room, you'll see the scans right there. So click on the tab. Here are all the scans that I'm sharing. Or if you prefer, you can click on the half open folder. Looks like a half open folder. It's called the Room Drive. Click on that and scans that I share. Download. That'll go to a Word document so you can see all the scans there at your leisure. If you wanted to load one, all you have to do is copy the link. And then from the toolbar, File, Load from Cloud, and then paste the link in here and then load it. Then you can take a look at the scan right on your system. And if you like it, you want to save it, don't forget, save it to the cloud. Also the links, you can download also the links. We have training links, webinar links, etc. You can download those. Those will go to a Word document. Talk a little bit about our subscriptions and how much they are. Look at ETRN, guys. Now, there's that level I was talking about, taking it out. Look at that. It's a red bar ignored also. The 15-minute chart. Subscriptions. Okay, so there is a promo code, Barry4 Alpha, all in capital letters other than the numeric 4, of course, for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. This is how much a Trade Idea subscription will cost. Give me a moment here. Basically, we have 4 plans. So we have a premium yearly plan. That's the most expensive. It's $22.68 a year minus the 15%, or the standard yearly, $10.68 a year minus the 15%. If you're going to buy our premium plan, it's because you want the AI. This is what you're looking for. All you have to do is, if you have our premium service, or if you do get it, you just load this window and wait for the alerts to happen. You have an entry price, you have a stop, and you can manage the trades. Nothing for you to do. You just have to load the window and let the alerts happen. Now, you don't have to start off with a yearly plan, even a premium plan. You can always just try us out for a month. Standard monthly, $118 less the 15%, or the premium monthly, $228 less the 15%. If you decide you want to upgrade, and you do it within 30 days, we'll honor the promo code. So upgrading either from standard to premium or from a monthly plan to an annual plan. And talk now about the links. So we've talked about subscription. Trade of the week. You can subscribe for that right there. It'll be sent to your email before the market opens every Monday morning. This week's trade of the week wasn't really a trade. It was just basically to stay in cash. Brokerage Plus. This goes over a lot of the aspects of Brokerage Plus, and if you have an Interactive Brokers account, okay? I would encourage you. It's about a 27-minute long video. Just a second here. There's a lot of great information in it. I'm just going to pop that link in the room. Okay, I do a daily video between 1:50 and 1:45 every day. This link will get you to the latest version of Trade Ideas, which is right there. I think there's even a beta now available if you want. There's the beta. ETRN on the move, guys. If you don't know what you have, just click on Help and About, and it'll tell you the version you've got. Give me a moment here, please. All right. Now, I've already talked about the 20 short video lessons. If you are new to Trade Ideas, and even if you're not, if you don't have the program, you can take a look at these little short video lessons. You click on that, and 20 lessons in 20 days. Of course, you can go at your own pace. These are very short lessons. Really, really helpful to get started in how to use our program. Also, the training. Training is the same kind of thing. Has a little, it has that link there for the 20 lessons. A little bit more. TI University, Back to Basics. Also the webinars that we have, okay? All the webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. You can sign up for them right there. They're all archived. ETRN is just ripping here, guys. Next test drive sign up. It might be in August. I'm not sure when it's going to be. But if you sign up right here, you'll be notified exactly when the next test drive will be. The test drive for $8.99, will give you access to our full premium service for up to 10 trading days. We just completed the last one in May. Had 4,000 people sign up, a huge record for us. The next one may be in August, but if you just sign up right there, you'll be notified exactly when it's going to be and how to sign up for it. We have some ebooks. You can sign up for the ebooks right there. Swing trading setups. And if you're a Mac user, you can click on that link. This is a PC-based program, but if you are a Mac user, basically 3 ways in which you can use the program. Now I'm going to go over Brokerage Plus and the AI. Any word on the web issue? Let me just see here. I don't see anything yet. Let me just load the web for me and see if it's loading yet. And the answer is, okay, for me it's loading. Okay, 7. I'm just looking here, it is loading. Okay, I'm getting some windows. So it should be okay now. This was a good one, guys, a really good one. I would have been very interested in this OCFT had I been not talking because, you know, look at this. It took out the highs from a few days ago over the whole number, 1714. I love the breaks of the whole number. And no resistance. 0 resistance because it's, you know, it's a lifetime high right now. No. Well, I mean, Net Element is trying to hold here. I'm not a great comeback player. That's all I can say. You know, that's my thing. I'm just really not good at gauging when to start playing these bounces. So you might get other people. I see that 8 EMA is trying to hold it. All right, let me quickly go over what the AI is all about. So this is not an AI strategy, but if it were, Basically, the AI waits for the market to close. So the AI will wait for the market to close today. So it has access to the latest market data, most up-to-date market data. And then we have 50 baseline strategies. And the exercise goes through an optimization procedure, starts looking at the filter values, maybe takes a filter out, adds one in, goes through an optimization procedure with each one of the strategies. These are the ones that made the cut today. These are the AI strategies that made the cut. Not too many, actually. And they made the cut because they had the proper profit factor and win percentage combination. Tomorrow, we don't know which ones are going to make the cut. But if you have the AI, or if you don't have it, but this is in essence what happens. If you click on New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, then this box will pop up, and you just wait, have it open before the market opens, and then you just wait for the alerts to happen. You're given an entry price. It's a real-time entry price. That's when the alert was. You have a stop price, and you just basically manage the trades. There's nothing for you to do, really. You just wait for the alerts to happen. And then this is Brokerage Plus. So what I demonstrate all day long is click on New, Brokerage Plus. This window will pop up, and then I have put it on the simulator. If you are new to trading, I heartily encourage you to use our Trade Ideas simulator. It's real time. It's using our real-time data, and you can practice trading. Okay? No, you don't have to turn it on. No. You're mixing it up in terms of auto trading and stuff like that. Let's forget about auto trading, okay? In Brokerage Plus. You don't have to turn it on. This is just, you'll get these alerts. You don't need to use Brokerage Plus. You don't have to have an Interactive Brokers account to use Trade Ideas. I mean, if you do have an IB account, again, I suggest that everybody watches this video. No, Brokerage Plus is part of the standard service. Okay? It's only if you want to auto trade, say, your own strategies, okay, then you need our premium service. But if you don't care about auto trading at all, Brokerage Plus is part of the standard package, and you can practice trading. I encourage you to watch that Brokerage Plus intro, okay? It goes over all this stuff. You probably, well, a lot of you won't know this, but I'm not spending as much time on Brokerage Plus now because I really want you guys to watch this video that was done. It answers so many questions. So I'm not having to spend so much time on Brokerage Plus anymore explaining all the ins and outs. What I do is I just say, okay, I'm connected right here to the simulator. And I'll demonstrate how easy it is to take trades in the simulator. But I'm not getting into the nitty-gritty anymore. Watch that video. It's really a good intro to everything. Okay, guys, now look at the market. It is now starting to fade a little bit now, again, underneath that 200-day moving average. Meanwhile, that OSC, what a nice alert. OSFT, what a nice alert. Trading on its own, guys. It's, where are they out of? Oh, they're a China stock. Okay. So another one of these China stocks. China has been very hot, even in the face. It doesn't really matter. Excuse me, it hasn't really mattered for a lot of these China stocks what the market has been doing. These have been your real, a lot of them have been your real alpha stocks. And it is really an alpha stock now. Look at this. There was the alert. 1714. Yeah, I'm missing plays. I know that. I'll just bide my time till 1:30. Then I can just concentrate on trading a little bit more. Okay, so again, Doc, I would watch that video, okay? Now, are you talking about literally putting in a, say, a conditional buy order on the chart using the buy button? So you could put a conditional buy, say at 544 or on a pullback? Yeah. Watch the video, Doc. I'm sorry. You know, you have to create a strategy, number one. You have to create a strategy, and then you have to assign one of the long strategies to the way in which you want to, you know, so here I got the chart long $100 risk, and then I've checked default chart long strategy. So I'll be using this strategy to use the buy button on the chart. So I mean, it would be as simple then if I just click on the buy button, then I could, wherever I drop it, that's where it'll take the trade. So if I drop it higher or I drop it on a pullback, you know, wherever I release it, okay? So if I release it here, it'll take the trade right up here. And now, of course, it'll put my stop in. But I would ask you to watch the video. So much great information is in there. Oh my goodness. I've been talking about ETRN. This video right here. Brokerage Plus intro, okay? What a great, look at this red bar ignored. 851 was the trigger for ETRN. Look at, what a great move for ETRN. Oh, Z, you'll drive yourself crazy if you try to figure that out, okay? You'll just drive yourself crazy. I mean, let me take a look at ADMP as an example. So it's got 46 million in the float. My guess is EDSMA. Oh, and it's a 65-cent stock. Yeah, you'll drive yourself crazy. It has 46 million in the float, and EDSA has only 3 million. So there's one answer right there. Okay, it's got such a low float compared to ADM. What it was a one ADMP. Plus, a lot of people just won't touch stocks under $1. I'll be honest. I won't. A lot of people will wait for the dollar break. So, but probably the main reason, it's the float situation. Well, guys, oh, what a nice little look at the consolidation on the 5 minute chart for about half an hour for UNVR. And what's the high looking left? 827. I wish that weren't there. I just wish that weren't there. There's the 200 day. It's, it's far enough away. 1892. Oh, ETRN. What a fantastic move. Next high looking left is 950. Red bar ignored. Print this one out, guys, if you want a definition of a red bar ignored that worked really well. You can see there's the red bar totally engulfed by the previous green candle. If the next bar is green, of course it would have to be, it moves above the high of that candle. That is kind of the idea, being that you've got an uptrend, a bit of a pause in the uptrend, and the uptrend continues. You can print this out. So now, I know I was just demonstrating with the digital ally to place the order there. So at this point, I would be deleting the order. No, any time frame, okay? The higher the time frame, probably the more powerful, but any time frame. Especially if you get a fairly narrow body, okay? Narrow body. So what was the high there? 851 and 835. That's but the narrower the body, because the theory is you can put your stop right kind of at the low. So if you want to have a nice tight stop with a big potential risk reward if it keeps moving, I mean, that's what you'd like to see. So for instance, if this candle here, that green candle, had been a very, very like this one, and then that red candle was engulfed by it, but it probably wouldn't, because you'd have such a wide body for that red candle, if that makes sense. Because the theory being is that you probably put your stop near the low of that red candle if you're going to get into the trade. Okay, guys, so I'm seeing some of these little energy plays. I'm looking at, you know what? Home builders. We've got a positive sector here. There's one of the home builder ETFs, Nail, and it is positive. What's XHB doing? It's trying to get positive. Let's take a look at Lennar. Let's see what it's doing. Yeah, look at Lennar, guys. So the home builders, interesting. Home builders are KBH. Yeah, look at the home builders. Home builders are on fire, relatively speaking. And look at the SPY now. Yeah, Cloudera finally started to, yeah, it worked. Next level, 1252 takes that out. I mean, guys, I mean, this is room. Just a moment, please. Just going to answer somebody. One moment, please. All right, guys, I am now back. All right. Now, am I too late for this one? That's the only issue. Xper. I was talking about Xper earlier. Ah, yeah, I'm too late. I mean, there was. I was talking about if it could take out that 1263. We're getting some nice. It's a little bit. Must have seen this earlier in another scan because this is now a little bit too late. I think. Famous last words. Let's see how well it holds just under 13 or at 13, and then can it move from there from some kind of a pattern as opposed to just grabbing it right now. Okay, and how's that UNVR doing? All right, so if this takes out 152 again, this little one, the COCP, it's not a low float, 46 million in the float. I'm going to stick an alert at 155. It has some room, obviously. Probably 2 would block it for a while if it got anywhere close. But COCP, I can't remember if this is a virus play or not. All right, so XPER, come on, just kind of hang around this 13 level. XPER, XPER, hang around that 13 level. Boy, it just looks like it wants to move, but I just can't chase it. It's not like a pattern, really. I mean, you're just chasing it. Yeah, if you load from the channel, okay, then you can save these windows to the cloud. Okay, you can save the 3 windows to the cloud. Then what I would do, the Holly alerts, is again, I would load it from here, new AI/Holly strategy trades window. So you have this, okay, that window. And then you can bring back the 3 windows that you just saved from the cloud. File load from cloud, and just bring them back. You just save them, so you'll see them. You just have to click on them and load. And then you'll see them. And then that's how you can have these 3 windows plus the AI at the same time. And of course, you can have other windows too. Then you can save the whole thing as a layout. All right, guys, listen. I mean, I don't love with taking this one, but I did take this one, the XPER at 1306. We'd like to have seen it rest just a little bit more. Probably going to be kind of more of a scalp trade for me. Okay, let's see if I can continue a little bit, maybe get into the mid-20s. I mean, it's got some room to about 1370, okay? That's where I'm seeing the resistance for it, X per. So what I did, guys, on over the weekend, I made a couple of changes. So you're probably getting alerts earlier. You know, you should be getting the same alerts. You're just getting them a little bit earlier than I am. But I did this because now you don't have to do the same thing, but I increased the count to 60 from 30. I increased it that it has to be up at least 4% instead of 3%. The reason I did that is I wanted to see if I could find the stock when it maybe had settled down a little bit. And that's what the theory behind the count of 60 versus 30 is all about. Because, you know, at 30, the stock could move higher, move down lower, a little bit higher. But at 60, it's possible that the trend is very defined. I mean, this is just, you know, I'm just testing on my end. Well, UNVR, it is looks like there. So where there was the original alert, UNVR 1765 market. Okay, guys, if you're look at the market now, the market is could really start to help. I mean, obviously, I mean, look what it's doing. The market is trying to come back, and this could really help some nice trending plays long ones that have been beaten up early and are coming back. As long as this continues, I've only had one red bar so far on the 15-minute chart for the SPY. Yeah, I mean, I would want this definitely. I would want this 126 to hold. 126 to hold. 125, 126 to hold. No, look what it did though. The high was what 127.50 and the high was 127.54. So, you know, obviously, right now anyway, that provided the block. That's why I'm always saying look left, look left, look left. You can see, I mean, it almost to the penny, even for a $126 stock, almost to the penny did it stop at the high of 2 days ago for EA. Just checking these original alerts here to see. That's why I have it sorted like this. This is the non-repeating version, kind of like these are. These are the non-repeating version. You will see, you know, COCP made a new high again. You know, over 152. You would see it here in the repeating version. All right, guys. Let's see, 11:07. I'm just going to take about a 5-minute break. I will be back in about 5 minutes. Well, I say 11:15. It should be sooner, but just in case. All right, guys, I'm here. All right, let's just take the trade for fun, okay, in the simulator also, okay? Let's see how much room this will have, this XPER, just to show you. So this is the most manual way to do it. So I'm looking at the, I'm going to buy 300 at the market because it's only a 2-cent spread, so there's nothing wrong with that. So I'm just going to buy and just see how I did that. I just basically went 300 shares right at the market. And I'm going to put a stop at 13. You know this ahead of time, of course, but I'm just showing you how you can do it. Say right around 1302. Okay, so you see right there, you see there's the stop. So if I allow this to move back down to 1302, I would lose $63. If I didn't do anything, I can take that stop though. I can move it up and down wherever I want. So I can use it like a trailing stop. So if it really starts to work, all I have to do is just keep moving it higher and higher. If I wanted to, I don't do this, but I know people are interested. I can always put a target, okay, and a price target. Let's just put 1360 in. Okay, just to demonstrate. So there it is, right on the chart. Hallelujah, guys. Okay, we're doing well now in the XPER. And there it is, right on the chart. I can move it up and down. So again, if I just let this run automatically and the price hit 1365, it would take me out of the trade. Obviously, I'm in the simulator right now, guys, but if you had an Interactive Brokers account, you could do this. All right, guys, I just took some out at 1333 for the XPER. Turned out to be okay. And the UNVR, it's still teasing right at that whole number. Look at the consolidation. A couple consolidations right there. The only issue I got with it is that if you look left, 1827 is not that far away. I wish that weren't there. That little high right there for UNVR. Just get my marks here. So 1311, I was in this trade at 1311. This is my real account. And sold some at 1333. All right, guys, so just as a little forewarning here, the next 2 weeks is going to be probably pretty disruptive in the background. For those of you who remember, we had a water issue in May, and so finally our floors are going to be done over the next 2 weeks. So there's probably going to be a lot of hammering and sawing and all that stuff. So we'll have to play it by ear to see whether or not you guys feel it's too intrusive, and I'll just mute myself. So, but they are starting, but the trades will be showing up for the next 2 weeks. And I'm expecting somebody in about 5 or 10 minutes. Yeah, I wish. Really? Hmm. Ugh, I wonder if it's server related then, because yeah, this might be server related. Let me just see. I do apologize. I don't. Yeah, it is. I wish. I wish mine wasn't working because I'm not using the web-based version. But you can see mine is working. But it is. We have several servers. Nothing I can do about it. Sorry, they are aware of it. It's not that they're not aware of it, and I just don't know what the quick fix is. So I changed the count, the Dreamer. The count was 30, and I changed it to 60. The change from the close, I think I changed from 3 to 4. Okay, 3 to 4. And I think that was it. I think that's all I changed. I changed the count, so it has to be at least 60 instead of 30, and the change from the close, up or down 4%. Of course, I'm more concentrating on the ones up. Okay. Well, that's up to your broker and the country you live in. Okay, if you live in the United States, I'm assuming you're under the PDT rules. I mean, I'm in Canada, I'm not. So you have to yeah. I mean, I guess you're part of it. You can't go around it. Yeah, the small exchange. I really haven't looked at it yet. I think it's going to be added to the to IB. I think it's going to be added to IB, so you can actually change that. Well, yeah, you can trade in a cash account. Yeah, I mean, $5,000. I guess you can trade in a cash account. But even then, it's a bit of a catch up, right? Because you it's like I don't know enough about this because I've never had the issue. Um, it takes 3 days to close, but I guess that would be rolling. So after the first 3 days, you're sort of maybe caught up, if that makes sense. Look at Soli guy. There's a nice little break for Soli. So once you get over that first 3 days of settled cash, then it should be just rolling every day. You should get settled cash in theory. It's just that first 3 days. Does that make sense? That doesn't make sense though, does it? Because if you're waiting for all that cash to come in, then it. You know what? Why don't you guys just move to Canada? You don't have to worry about it. All right, guys, I'm just kind of waiting on the expert to see if it can get back into the 20s. If it gets back to 13.11, I'm out. Take that quick hitter. Ooh, guys, look at this one, PRVB. This is sort of reminding me of the end of the day stuff because look at the volume that's coming into PRVB. Now, the issue with it is actually maybe not an issue because I'm looking left on the weekly chart. The next high looking left is about 17, so that is far enough away. However, it is now dipped down below 16 again. So this could be interesting. I'm going to stick an alert around 16. What was the alert at? 1602. So maybe 1608. I'm going to stick an alert, a price alert at 1608 for PRVB. Oh, another look at this little break here for DRD. What has it got? Whoa, this is an interesting one, guys. DRD, there's no real resistance. That let's go back. There's no resistance for DRD, guys. Shoot. I didn't get the DRD where I wanted it. I didn't get the PRV where I wanted it. Oh well. I'm getting a little excited about just delaying the count to 60, allowing maybe that initial froth to play to settle down just a little bit. The count basically is just how many new highs did a stock make. Well, if you got the DRD, look at that break. I mean, that's a fantastic break on both 15 and 5 minute from consolidation. Fantastic on volume. You always hear me talk about it. I just didn't get it where I wanted to get it, and but if others did, that'll make me happy. All right, guys. So I'm just kind of waiting on that expert to see if it gets into the 1320s again. If not, I'm just going to dump it. I can always get back in. Okay. FSLY, okay. Yeah, new highs, new all-time highs, actually, yes. It's just out of the price range that I look at, that's all. I like the stocks personally, under 30 and really under 20, but well, no kidding on the GSX. I know that there've been a few, was it Citron or Street Sweeper or one of those short, piling into this one short. No, they're not happy now. China Education. What a move. Wow. Oh, it's hard for me to answer that, Doc. I mean, it really depends how much is it trading, I mean, first of all, the volume and how fast is it trading? If it's trading really, really quickly, you should be able to parcel out decent amounts. But how much is it traded? There's no one answer to that. But certainly, how much volume is it? Number one. But how quickly is it trading? How fast is it trading? You know, what is the spread? Of course. I mean, you don't want to affect the spread. Just one moment, please. All right, what are you doing? Is this uranium? I can't remember if this is a uranium play. No, it's not even radio, really. Wow, you won. I'm not sure I even have heard of these guys before. You won. Look how ugly that monthly chart was, but look what it's doing today on the way. Look at this day it's having. It's not doesn't trade very much. Oh, this is one of these really crazy low float situations, and it is now halted. U1 is now halted. Very low float. I mean, we have it as less than 1 million shares in the float. And what is it stack? Ooh, this is this could be a big open, guys. Look at this, stacking up at 5 right now. So it's halted at 437. Again, this window you're seeing here is not part of Trade Ideas. It's part of my Interactive Brokers. It's the time and sales. Your broker will have something very similar. I hope it's just you, Tom. How's my sound, guys? You're not in both rooms, are you? If that's the case, maybe just do a refresh. I'm just gonna make sure it's not everybody. The sound is okay, no echo. Okay, so it must be just you, Tom. So why don't you do a refresh? One moment. So just do a refresh right up here and see if that solves the situation. We have to subscribe to it, JB. You have to subscribe to it within Interactive Brokers. I mean, there are all sorts of different subscriptions, but you need it. You know, if you're going to trade, you need live data. I think you can do it online. Been so long, JV, that I'm pretty sure you can do it online. Try it. Go to their website and just see. Here you go. Look at this U1. Man, oh man. Well, I don't expect anything, Eric. You know, I don't expect anything. I just sort of look at this. I don't expect it to bounce. I just kind of wait and see how much of a pullback is it going to have. Will it rest here? And then if it does pop from here, if it does rest, is it doing it on volume? All right, guys, XPER is now kind of giving me, that's what I was kind of hoping. See, kind of like that rest. You see that rest right there for XPER? Now let's see if it can pop through here. It'd be nice to see a little bit of volume, but it's not 100% necessary. Yeah, look at NH. This was big one from last week. Well, kind of. I shouldn't say that. Had a big day and then it pulled back, and then Friday did really nothing. And there's NH. Not a super low float. 44 million in the float. Boy, we're getting some really nice looks here. Boy, another one, guys. This BCLI. It's not quite a red bar ignored, but almost. The only reason it's not is that topping tail is a little bit above the green candle, but the body is engulfed. Ah, okay. Okay, Tom. Let me do something here on my sound. I'm not getting an echo, but I'm getting a skip. So just want to see if I can load another news or all right, guys. UONE is on the move here. It's just picking up the volume. I mean, this is a crazy, crazy low floater. Well, that is one big kaboom now. So where was the alert at? 392. All right, guys, if you're in the expert with me, this is a big test right now. Going to take out that 1330. Oh, guys, this one is starting to perform almost maybe even better than the 130 version. I mean, the market's helping a little bit, but it's not like it's helping an immense amount. It's not like this has been like straight up. All right, guys, one moment, please. It starts now. Okay, one moment. All right, guys. Well, as I say, this is sort of starting for me now, so I'm going to have to let the trades, one of the trades in right now. So I'm going to be. Oh, look at expert, guys. So I'm going to have to. What time is it right now? 11:38. So I do not normally take a break between 12 and 12:30 anyway. But I'm going to have to open some doors. Okay, so I'm going to have to put myself on mute for a bit. All right, guys, I'm back for a bit, just for a bit. Okay, if you want to shut them all off, Apple Smith, if you want to shut them all off, then you just go to the toolbar. In the toolbar, you see, and we're right beside account. In between account and idea surfing, there's a sound icon. And if you click on it, that'll turn all the sounds off. It's a toggle on and off. So once there's a diagonal through it, then it's off. Okay, so you can turn them all off by doing that. Okay? Well, JFIN. Will this do the crazy? Yeah, I know. Well, be awfully careful. So a couple of days ago, the high was what, 673? It's almost there. You're gonna, and it's a relatively low float. Yeah, some people I know it's very mild, but I'm just gonna get rid of that. Okay, it's very very mild. Okay, when you say how to add an alert, I don't know what you mean by how to add it. Are you talking about a price alert on a chart, $1 a day? To get a price alert on the chart? Is that what you mean? Or are you talking about how to like add an alert window? Look at JFIN. Oh man, oh man. Okay, so you're talking, I'm sorry, I should never ask two questions because now I don't know what you answered yes to. So are you talking about creating a price alert on the chart? No, it doesn't answer my question though. Are you talking about are you talking about creating an alert window? Is that what you're talking about? How to create an alert window? Okay. Then I'm going to take the easy way out here, guys. You. I'm going to get you to watch this video, okay? Give me a second here. So there's the 20 short video lessons, okay? One of them, when you click on that, one of them is what is an alert window and create an alert window, okay? So that'll do it for you. Not pre-market, no. You can trade in the pre-market, but you can't do no autos. Okay, it has to be you're going in at limit. You have to trade it manually. Okay, guys, Xpur is maybe just going to give us one more little burst here. I'd love to see some volume come in. Why would under the new tab would the options be grayed out? What new tab? You mean all these?
Floyd, come upstairs.
All right. Do you have a green ball? You have a green ball? Or are you in the web-based version? Are you in the web-based version? Web-based version? Yeah. I do apologize, but we have an issue with one of our servers. And that is the reason. We've got some issue with one of our servers. Yeah, you can see in mine it isn't. I wish I could trade you. I honestly do, because of course I don't use the web-based version. Oh, you're 7. You're in now. Well, all right. Try again then. I mean, I'm in, but I've been in, and that's the server I've been on. Okay. So maybe try again. It is a server side issue. There's no question. It's not on your end. Nothing you're doing wrong. Meanwhile, what's IMAX doing? IMAX. Yeah, I don't. I mean, sorry, I have ways to do it. One moment, please. Okay, guys, I'm sorry, but we've got, as I say, people coming in now, and the install is going to happen fairly soon. So, and I'll be taking off in about 2 minutes anyway. The YouTube feed. Billy, setting up IB while I wait. Can you run all the AIs? Yes, you can run. You can run all the AIs at the same time. Brokerage Plus, I haven't had any issues with it. Oh, let me see though. I'm just looking at last, 1342. Seems to be okay. I'm checking the last here. These seem to be the last.
Chloe, come here with me, sweetie.
Meanwhile, man, oh man, I bet you IMAX is just doing pretty well too. There's the JFin 582. Oh wow, 582 on that one. This is turning into a great little window, guys. 582, but I wouldn't say it's the easiest trade, but got up to 730. OCFT has just been rippage. Just been a fantastic alert. Right back here at 1714. Nice and steady. That's what you like to see. Nice and steady. You don't want to see like big drops and then pops and drops and pops. Really hard to keep in the trades. Okay, Exper. Only trade I'm in so far, guys. This is it. And it still has some room. There is the area where I think it'll probably stall around 1380. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but okay, Sean, I will stop streaming right now. Thank you. Okay, Sean, I will stop streaming right now. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Hope you enjoy those abrupt segues between Barry and myself. I am Sean McLaughlin, Chicago Sean. This is the daily, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific time. This is the daily Q&A session where we spend the next hour taking questions from you on the YouTube stream. Any questions that you have, please go ahead and type them into the questions panel there on your YouTube channel. And I will do my best to answer your questions live here on the screen. I don't know the answer to everything, but I know the answer to a lot of things. And happy to work through that. So if you're new here, new to Trade Ideas, and you're, you've been kicking the tires of the platform, you might be a little bit overwhelmed with all the choices, with all the different windows. Maybe you got alerts firing all over the place and you're not sure what they're doing or how they work or how to change them. Type your question in and let me know, and I'll see if I can give you some examples to make your life a little easier. I've got a little music playing in the background. I hope it's not too loud. I hope nobody can hear it. If you can, and if it's annoying, let me know. I'll turn it off. I'll turn it down. Whatever. Jason says, all of a sudden my audio alerts for AI stopped. Any thoughts? Well, I got a few thoughts, Jason. The first one, this is going to sound stupid, but the first one is the volume on your computer down? I'm going to guess no, because you can hear me talking right now, I'm assuming. So the computer volume for you is probably all right. Next thing I would check is in your TI menu bar. Sometimes people click on this by accident, but there's a little microphone right here. You could toggle your sound on and off. See, if I click that, I got a little strike through showing, and now I won't hear any audio sounds emanating from my Trade Ideas platform. I'm going to turn that back on because I do like hearing the sounds, but sometimes people click on that by accident. Maybe they're clicking on the account button, or maybe they're clicking on Ideas Surfing, and just having their mouse a little bit off center can accidentally click that thing. I know I've done that before, and I was racking my brain wondering where the hell did all my sounds go, and it turned out to be a simple thing, is I just accidentally clicked this button. So try that, Jason. Make sure that you are not muted here. If you do appear to have sounds on and everything's good and you're hearing sounds elsewhere on your computer so that we know it's not your computer sounds that are the issue, then maybe what you need to do is just check each individual window that you hope to be hearing sounds from. So if you're specifically talking about AI, let me go to one of the AI channels. Now, you're only going to hear AI alerts, by the way. This might be important to mention. You're only going to hear audio AI alerts if you're on that AI channel, okay? If you're somewhere else, or if you don't have an AI strategy trades window, one of these two windows here, open on your screen, you won't hear the audio alert. You have to have these windows open. So to confirm that you have the audio alerts active, start in the open trades window here and just right click and go to actions. And you want to make sure you got a little check in the box next to play sound. If there's not a check there, if it looks like that, well, then you don't have a sound set up. So you need to go in there and place a check in that box, and you can go through the setup sound menu to get the unique sound you want if you like. It defaults to the text to speech that you see right here, but you could change that. Okay, you're going to want to do that on both windows. Here's the closed trades window. You want to do the same thing here. Just right click and go to actions and confirm that you do have a check in the box next to play sound. So Jason, if you followed any of those three options, if neither of those work and you're still not getting alerts, well, I'm out of bullets. I'm not sure what else to tell you. Maybe you come into our live support on our website, trade-ideas.com, and hit our live support, and maybe one of our technicians might know a trick or two to help you. But that's all I got for that problem. But in most cases, the things I laid out, in most cases, that solves the sound issue for everybody. Okay. Stephanie asks, what column shows the AI's stops in the strategy trades window? That's a good question. Sometimes, sometimes you might not have the column displayed for whatever reason. Let's see here. In my open trades window, I don't have any open trades here. Let's go to an AI channel that has an open trade. Okay, let's go to the Neo channel. So here's an open trade. I don't see my stop listed. I see my distance to the stop price. If you want to see the stop, you just need to add the column. I mean, in addition to being able to display a column that shows the stop, you can also see it in your charts. Like in a 5-minute chart here, you could see this red line that says stop in the margins. That's where the stop is for that stock, okay? But if you want to see a column for it here, you just simply need to add the column. And to do that, you just right-click in the window, go to columns, and on the right-hand side, you just have to find the stop price. There it is, stop price. You just highlight that, hit the left arrow to move it over to this side. That should show up right there. There it is, stop price. I'm gonna hit OK. And I might need to stretch this window out a little bit. And there it is. Stop price is showing up right there. See where it says 975? There you can see the stop price. So it's just a simple matter of adding the column, but you could also view them on your charts. Stephanie, I hope that's clear. All right, good questions out of the gate so far. That's how this rolls here. I've got no itinerary lined up. There's no topics I plan to discuss. This is an open forum led by you. So whatever questions you have, fire away, and you will lead the discussion. In the meantime, I'm going to go back. And see. I noticed my layouts are missing. Let me check something out here. Seems like our pre-configured layouts button is missing in my channel bar. That's all right. I'll go to my cloud, launch my layout. There we go. That's my default layout. And wow, we could see. If you went on to the old social media boxes last night after the futures opened on Sunday night, and you read all the commentary out there, you would have been led to believe that the stock market was set up for another disastrous opening, gap down opening, and we were headed for a huge sell-off today. But as you can see here in my S&P 500 chart, here's Friday's trading action. We did indeed gap down a little bit at the open this morning, but as you can see, we have now almost completely filled that gap from Friday's close. And before you know it, S&P might go into positive territory. It looks like IWM is almost there. Let's pull that chart up. Look at this IWM. It's a 5-minute chart here. Looks like we are just about to close above Friday's, or trade above Friday's close. Look at that. This market is resilient, folks. Say what you want about the current market environment and all the bad news around us, but the market keeps moving higher. And at the end of the day, only price pays. Abdul, I'm not sure what you mean by what happened to Holly 2.0. I see the channel here. She hasn't made any trades today in this channel, as we could see. And Holly doesn't trade all the time. Today looks like it's setting up to be a low volume trading day. And maybe that invites a time to discuss Holly and how she kind of works behind the scenes. And this will be instructive for everyone who's new here and is learning about Holly. So you can see here in Holly 2.0, you can see in the strategies window here, we've got 3 active strategies. Okay. How did these strategies get here? Well, I should back up and let you know that the AI engine in total has approximately 70 strategies. Those 70 strategies have been developed in-house by some of the traders here on the Trade Ideas team. And those strategies have been altered and optimized throughout their life by our AI engine. See, what happens is every night when the market is closed, the AI engine will run back tests on all 70 strategies to return the results of those strategies, all the ins and outs of their profit factor, their profit and loss, their equity curve, all those things. And the AI will then go through each factor that's involved in each strategy and determine where can each strategy be improved. Maybe the volume doesn't lie strategy that I have highlighted here. Maybe in last night's back test, it ran through the numbers and it determined that, wow, stocks under $20 a share are just vastly underperforming. The strategy seems to be losing money every time it trades a stock under 20 bucks a share. Well, great. The AI will then determine to filter out those stocks and then rerun the back test and see how the numbers look. And if the numbers look good, then the optimized strategy is then sent back into the engine and ready to run on the next day. And it goes through that process with all 70 strategies. This is a time-consuming process that if you and I were to do this by hand, it might take us a few weeks. But the AI engine does it every night. And once it's run through that process on all 70 strategies, it then determines what type of market environment we're currently in. Are we in an uptrending market? Is the NASDAQ trending higher? Is the S&P trending lower? What's the volumes like? What's the volatility like? All these things go into a soup. And the AI determines what type of market it is. And then it says, okay, based on my findings, out of my 70 strategies, in this case, these 3 strategies have the best statistical chance to outperform on the next trading day. So that's all done ahead of time before the market opens. Now the market's open. We got these 3 strategies. They haven't done any trades yet. What's going on? Well, perhaps the market is just not quite lining up with the market that the AI determined we would be in today. Maybe the AI, like many people last night, determined that, today's going to be a choppy to down day. So I'm not going to activate a whole bunch of long strategies because it doesn't feel like it's going to be a long trading day. Well, the AI isn't perfect. Doesn't always have the best strategy for the best day. It just relies on statistics. And so today, so far, of the 3 strategies that are active in the Holly 2.0, none of them have fired today. And that's okay. Look, there's nothing wrong with not trading. No sense in forcing trades when you don't have an edge. This goes for humans and machines. If you don't have an edge, sometimes the best trade is no trade at all. Will you miss some opportunities? Of course, there's opportunities in every market environment. Market's screaming up, market's going down, market's going sideways. Doesn't matter. There's always an opportunity somewhere. All right, let's see. I have some questions that came in there. By the way, Abdul, I hope I answered your question. If not, please let me know. Does Holly use custom formulas in its strategies? Yes, I believe Holly does use some custom formulas in some of its strategies, but the strategies are proprietary. We don't share the nuts and bolts of each strategy with the public for 2 main reasons. One, it's proprietary. That's our, competitive advantage, so to speak. Also, because the strategies change from day to day, while the main thrust, the main aim of each strategy doesn't change, right? It might be a pullback strategy, it's looking to buy pullbacks. That never changes. But how it buys pullbacks can change slightly from day to day, depending on how the AI optimized the strategy the night before. So from day to day, this nice chart strategy that I've highlighted here could, by this time next week, it might look like a completely different strategy. It's still trying to buy stocks that have quote unquote nice charts, but how the AI determines what a nice chart is might look different next Monday than it does today. So that's another big reason why the strategies we don't share them, because if I were to share with you all the nuts and bolts of this nice chart strategy and you start trading on it and the next week it's not making any money and you get mad at us, well, we've moved on. We've changed the strategy. You haven't. So anyway, don't need to get too far down that rabbit hole. Jason, no updates on auto trade with E-Trade. I operate from the world of if we have it, we have it. If we don't, we don't. And until we have a connection with E-Trade, there's nothing to talk about. What's out of our control when it'll get done. The developers are working on it. Our counterparts at E-Trade are working on it, but we have no ETA whatsoever when that will be done. We wish it was done yesterday. And if not yesterday, then tomorrow. But, I have no control over that. None of the traders here have control of that. Unfortunately, I do not have any updates for you on when you can auto trade with E-Trade, when you can connect your Brokerage Plus account to E-Trade. As it stands right now, the only brokerage you could use if you want to execute trades with our Brokerage Plus platform is to use Interactive Brokers. Abdul, you're asking about the Omni AI channel. The Omni AI channel found in your channel bar right here. All this simply is it's just a bucket where it puts all the trades from all three AIs into one channel. So here you can see the strategy trades. Right here, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 trades. These are all the trades from both the Holly AI and the Neo AI. And if any trades happen in Holly 2.0, those two will show up here. So it's really just one place to see everything. That's all it is. No need to overthink it. Autolicious, are there any new filters coming out soon? Maybe. We've got hundreds of filters and alerts as it is now. If there's anything specific you need or want that we don't have, our developers do see what people request in our audience. So if you send them an email, info@trade-ideas.com. I'm going to type the address here in the box, info@trade-ideas.com. There it is. If you send an email to that address telling them or requesting a certain filter or a certain alert, and if you could be as specific as possible with as many details as possible, that does get entered into a priorities list for our developers, and they will work on it when it allows. And depending on what the alert request is or what the filter request is, it may move higher up the priorities list than just starting right at the back. So, and I can't tell you where it would fit, but our developers are responsive to those requests. So please, anytime, and this goes for anybody, not just you, Autolicious, anyone's listening. If you've been through all the filters and alerts on our platform, which I'll show you what they are here real quick. If I go to an alert window, if I launch a new alert window and go to search tab, if I scroll through here, you will see every alert. I mean, there are hundreds of them, right? I got every alert and every filter available within Trade Ideas. You could make your head spin if you went through and tried to figure all these out. If you're looking for anything specific, the best idea is just to type in a search term, right? And this will narrow your universe a little bit, just the things related to volume in this case. But yeah, we got lots of stuff. But anything, if you're missing something, Autolicious, anybody, please send that email in, and our developers will take a look where they can. Steven, are you able to do simulated trading using Brokerage Plus on the standard plan? The answer is yes. With simulated trading, you have no restrictions. You can do anything, any type of trading that our platform allows in the simulator. You can manually trade, just entering simple buy and sells of stocks you want to trade. You can auto trade your own strategies. If you've built your own strategies, you can auto trade them with the Holly in the simulator. Or you could even auto trade Holly AI in the simulator. Everyone has access to do that in the simulator. And for those of you who don't know how to launch a simulator, let me close this down. All you simply need to do is you need to launch a Brokerage Plus window. In your TI menu bar, if you go to New and choose Brokerage Plus, this will launch the Brokerage Plus window. And you'll want to hit the Connect button in the upper left, go to Connect and choose Trade Ideas Simulated Trading Connect. And this will get you connected to the simulator. And you will see that I've got a number of simulated trades open right now. These are all swing trades. And there you go. And you can auto trade Holly if you want. You can auto trade your own strategies, or just, buy and sell with one click, or just a handful of clicks using some of the buttons here that you see along the left and right. Hope that's cool, Stefan. Or is it, I don't know if it's Stefan or Steven. My apologies, Mr. Kennedy. How about that? Stephanie, how do I reorder the columns in my AI strategy window? Good question. Anytime you want to rearrange a column, you just simply grab one with your mouse. Like, see the shares right here? I'm going to grab this and just drag it over. There we go. Now I just rearrange the order. You can move it back. Simple as that. All right, Stephanie, you're good. Abdul's good. Abdul, you have 2 IB accounts. You want to know if you can connect to both accounts same time. I believe the answer is yes, you can have multiple IB accounts. Can you trade them simultaneously? That's a loaded question. If you're trying to say you want to do a block order, let's say you want to buy like 1,000 shares of XYZ, but you want 500 shares to go to one account and 500 shares to go to another account. We cannot do that. Although you might be able to set that up through Interactive Brokers, but that's a question you have to ask them. But for us, you could have multiple IB accounts connected to Brokerage Plus in Trade Ideas Brokerage Plus, but you can only execute a trade to any one account at one time. Okay, Debbie says, in the AI, does it assume you got filled on the ask to enter a long and filled at the bid on the exit, or does it use the midpoint? That's a good question, Debbie. The way the prices are figured out in AI, so for example, you can see this iRobot, IRBT, it shows the entry price of $81.92. So that entry price is determined by whatever, when the alert fires that got the AI, wanted the AI to buy iRobot, it will use whatever the last printed price was. Okay, so if the last trade took place at $81.92 when this alert fires, that's the entry price you will get here. Is that perfect? Is that realistic? Not always, but it's pretty damn close most of the time. Most of the stocks that Holly trades, in fact, the vast majority of stocks that Holly trades do have liquidity, are very liquid, have pretty tight bid-ask spreads, and the entry price in most cases will mimic or closely mimic real-world trading action. Good question though, Debbie. Jeff is asking, do I know if Trade Ideas links, external links, okay to TradeStation windows? Jeff, I assume the answer is yes. I don't have a TradeStation account. I don't use TradeStation. It's been almost 20 years since I last used TradeStation. But I know that we have a lot of TradeStation customers, and I'm pretty sure many of them use external linking, so it should not be a problem. If you want to experiment with it, to try linking, you must have your TradeStation opened up on your same computer and have it visible somewhere. Let's pretend with me for a second that this single stock window right here is a TradeStation window, and here's where you type in your ticker symbol to bring up a ticker on TradeStation. Okay, let's just pretend this is a TradeStation window. If I wanted to link Trade Ideas to TradeStation, what I would do is I'd go to my TI menu bar up here. I would go to Tools, External Linking, and then I would choose Add Link. And then this little menu box pops up, and it's basically telling you hover your mouse over the box where you enter your tickers on TradeStation. So if I hover my mouse over here, and if I were to hit my Shift key, then it would select that box. So look, I just hit my Shift key. Now it shows up here, current linked window, Twitter. Then if I hit OK, you'll see it's linked, and then we're all set to go. Okay, but I'm going to delete that because if I link within Trade Ideas, it causes some malfunction because it's not meant to link to itself. So I'm going to delete that. But that's how you would go through that. And if you need any further steps, Jeff, there is you can come to our website, trade-ideas.com, and go into our chat window, and you should be able to find some instructions for linking the TradeStation. If not, one of our tech guys can walk you through getting you set up. Oh, so you got no account at the moment, Jeff? Okay, no worries. But yeah, you should be able to link your accounts, no problem. I'm 99% sure that many TradeStation users have linked Trade Ideas to their to their platform, and it works just fine. Okay, good question from Bahadir. I hope I pronounced your name right, Bahadir. He wants to know, the Holly Neo that you see here on my channel bar, it shows a profit of $430, well now $424. But he's saying when he goes to the Holly Neo channel and he opens it up and he sees the trades, the closed trades, he sees profit that there's 2 trades here. If you add up this aggressive profit or the moderate profit, these profits certainly do not add up to 426. This here adds up to about 80 bucks. I'm ballparking. This up here also adds up to about 80 bucks. So he's saying, why doesn't this say 80? Why does it say 433? What's up? How's that calculated? And that's a very good question, and I'm glad you asked. So I have my platform set to display what my P&L would be had I traded Holly, and limiting and sizing my positions such that I'm only risking 100 share or $100 per trade. And how I do that is if I go to my TI menu bar and I go to tools and I choose options and I go to AI trade size right here, and you will see I've got risk based on stop loss set to $100. So what that means is when Holly gets into a trade, it only buys or sells the right amount of shares such that if the stop loss level that Holly has gets hit, my account will only lose $100. Okay. Now you can see here in the conservative closed window here, I've got a column for shares. You could see that Holly, in this case, bought 29 shares of iRobot for me. And for Q, it bought 92 shares. So basically, what's happening, this number is created, this profit is based on my share size, okay? So it looks like iRobot, let's pull up the chart here. So it looks like the AI got in, why is it not showing here on my chart? Let me see if I can scroll down a little bit. Okay, so Holly AI got in at 81.92. This blue line shows it right there. The blue arrow points to where the trade entered. Okay, got in at 81.92. And it looks like it stopped out. Where did it stop out? Oh, the profit save exit reason is why it's exited. So I don't see on here, I don't see on my chart where the trade exited, but I can add a column. And this is a question that somebody earlier asked, how do I add certain columns? Let me add a column and let me pull up my exit price. There it is, exit price. I'm gonna arrow this over to here. Should show up at the bottom. There it is. Great. Do I have entry price? Let's just add entry price just to make sure. Okay. Okay, so I got entry price and exit price right here. So iRobot, I bought 29 shares. So this stock made, let's just call it $1.50. It looks like that's exactly $1.50. Okay. So $1.50 times 29 shares is, let's do some math here. $1.50 times 29 shares. That's a $43 profit. Okay, so make a mental note of that. 43 bucks on iRobot. Let's go to Q. And let's see. We entered, or we only made 18 cents. Okay, so I could already see where these numbers are not going to add up. And so I only add $16. Now I see the issue. I mean, everything I said is true, but the one thing that we're missing here is, you'll notice here where it says moderate, and over here it says conservative. This display is showing you which risk mode is outperforming. And in this case, in Holly Neo, the moderate is outperforming, and the Holly AI, the conservative, is outperforming. Now, what does that mean? And this is, by the way, folks, you're not alone if you're confused by this. A lot of our customers are confused by this. We are going to clean this up and make this a little bit more self-explanatory to people. But essentially, we have 3 risk modes that you can use when you're trading Holly. You can use moderate, conservative, or aggressive. What does that mean? Well, let's start with the conservative. Conservative mode tallies your P&L based on you getting in at the same price that Holly got in, her entry price, and you also get out at the same price that she gets out. Okay? So in this case, the iRobot and Q, the AI is showing me profit, the P&Ls had I got in and out at the same prices. Holly gets out of stocks for 5 reasons. Stop loss is hit, profit target is hit, profit save, reduce risk, or time stop. Okay? There are 5 different reasons Holly will get out of a trade intraday. And that's how conservative risk mode is calculated, okay? Taking Holly's exits. Now, the moderate mode, what that means is you take the same entry that Holly took, okay? You get in when she gets in, but the difference is instead of getting out when she gets out, you're going to hold that trade all the way to the end of the day, to the end of the trading day, regardless of what the stock does. Although, caveat, it will still honor your stop loss, okay? Because we don't want any stocks to get out of hand. Certainly don't want to take any big losses. But moderate shows your P&L had you entered the trade with Holly and then you just stayed in it, and you're going to stay in all day. Now, aggressive is the third thing, and this is just for calculation purposes only. It's not an option for you to choose when you're setting up your strategies or trade. But the aggressive P&L shows you had you got into the trade when Holly got in, and then you got out when she got in, or got out when she got out. But if the stock were to come back and get back to its original entry price, Holly will get you back in for a second try. That's the re-entry mode activated, and that's what aggressive P&L is queued off of. So, so going back to your original question, Bahadir, this AI moderate mode is showing me the P&L because this is the one that's performing best. In fact, let's pull it up here. All right, I may have already been there. But moderate mode is currently performing best. And that's instructive information, not only for your AI trades, but even for just for any intraday trading. If you are intraday trading your own stocks, your own strategies, these performance values can still be important to you, can be useful to you, because you can find out that if moderate is outperforming, right? Like if you see across the board that moderate is leading the way on all 3 strategies, that tells me that we're in a choppy market. Profits are best to be taken quickly and not hold on, because the stock market is likely in this environment to retrace. So any open profits should be guilty until proven innocent, right? If you're up a quick 50 cents in a trade, boom, take it, because the thing might reverse on you quickly. It's that type of market environment. I'm sorry, that's if conservatives outperforming. Did I screw that up? I hope I didn't, but that's in conservative mode. So if you're in conservative mode and that's outperforming, that means taking your profits quickly is the right strategy. If moderate is outperforming, which in this case it is, that means traders are getting paid to sit on their hands. If you got a trade and you find yourself up a quick dollar or up a quick 50 cents, you might be tempted to take that trade, but you'd be better off if you sat on your hands and let that thing play out, because these are the types of days when the moderate risk level is outperforming. These are the types of days where those 50-cent gains can turn into $5 gains or $10 gains even. We've seen it, right? So that's what the conservative and moderate risk modes show. And so Bahadir, this is showing if you had gotten into the 2 trades and held on to them, I believe that will show you some pretty nice profits. And yeah, and it's all being driven by iRobot. So let me zoom out. The Q trade didn't really work, but iRobot bought at 81.92. It exited at, oh, I lost my column. Let me add that column. Those columns, entry price and exit price. Okay, there they are. So iRobot got out at 83.42, somewhere in this area, right on the way up. But look, it's still gone up. It's continued to go up all day. So yeah, if the AI had held on to this trade, that's driving all the profits right now. And that's why you're seeing a bigger value up here. And again, it's because it's showing the moderate mode performance, and it's based on my share size. Debbie, there's no way to link Trade Ideas to Interactive Brokers without doing it through Trade Ideas. It has to be done through Trade Ideas. You have to go through our external linking tool here. That's the only way to connect Trade Ideas to Interactive Brokers for purposes of cross-reference. This is not about trading. This is about cross-reference. Jason asked, do you believe the best AI strategy is to let Holly manage entries and then manage your own exits. Yes, Jason, I do agree with that. I prefer letting Holly kind of be the scout, right? That finds the good trades to get me into. And then once I'm in the trades, I prefer, this is just me personally, I prefer to manage the exits. Okay. I generally, if I'm going to enter trades intraday with Holly, I'm generally going to try to hold them till the end of the day. Swing trading is more my mentality. I used to be a day trader, many, many years ago, 15 plus years ago. I was a day trader, but not anymore. My mindset and mental capacity is more about swing trades. So I like letting Holly get me into trades, and then I just kind of play portfolio manager. And in fact, let me bring up my Brokerage Plus window. Now these are all, oh, I have one open, right? Yeah. These are all swing trades. These are not trades I entered today, but one thing that you can do, and it's kind of fun to do it, is if you have a Holly on auto trading set on and you have it set to just enter trades, the positions will start populating here in your positions tab, and then you might sort by open P&L, and you play goalie throughout the day. If stocks are losing money, if they're lowest on the totem pole, go ahead and close the trade out, right? Just go ahead and trade it, get out, or actually just highlight and just hit flatten. Flatten button's the easiest way. And then the ones that are winning, just hold on to them. Is that a winning strategy every day? Of course not. Of course not. But the days that it is, whoo boy, they more than make up for the days that it doesn't. On the days when you get some winners that just trend and trend and trend all day long, boy, you just sit on your hands and let them do their thing. Okay. But yeah, it can be fun to just sit here and play goalie or gardener if you prefer that analogy. Just play, tending to the weeds. You look at all your open positions, and if you want to close trades, you just pick them off from the lowest P&L, whatever's lowest open P&L at the time. In this case, for me, it would be CNNE. I'd be like, all right, I need to free up some buying power because I got a new trade I want to put on. Let's close this one. This one's not working. Get me out of this trade. Flatten. So that's how I do it. That's how I would do it, Jason. But there's no one right answer for everybody. Yes, Stephanie, moderate is hold until the end of the day. That's how the moderate mode works. Okay, Debbie's got a good question here. When I get an alert for a new high, is there a way to suppress the new high alert unless the new high is a certain number of basis points greater than the previous high? Well, Debbie, I believe that there's a roundabout way to get that, to accomplish that, but not directly. Because, there's some uncertainty there, like previous high. What previous high? The previous 1-day high, the previous 10-day high, the previous yearly high, an all-time high. It's there's a lot of gray area there. But what you can do, let's open up a new alert window. I'm going to create new, hit alert window. I'm going to start from scratch. So what you might want to experiment with, Debbie, is experiment with our position in range filters. Okay, so depending on what time frame you're looking at, let's say a daily. Okay, let's just go to a position in, where is it? Position in days range. So let's say you want to, actually no, I'm sorry. Let's use position previous days range. So let's say I want to get alerted when a stock makes an intraday high, but I only want to get alerted if the stock is, up, 1% above yesterday's high, for example, right? So I could use this filter, position in previous day's range, add the filter, and for the minimum value, I would put 1.01. That's 101% off of the low. You could check your work here with the show me button. Just click this and it will tell you in plain English, show me stocks where the price is at least 101% above the low of this range. I know that's a little awkward to think about, but basically just considers the range from the low to the high. A 100 score would be at the top of the range. A 50 score would be at the minimum of middle of the range, right? 101 means it's above by 1%. It's above yesterday's range. So if you had that filter in place, you would only get alerts if you had also had an alert active in here. Let's say you had a new high alert. Okay, you got this new high alert. You leave this box empty because this will just show you a new intraday high. So if you got that new high alert coupled, let's hit the summary tab, with this filter, then you're only going to get alerted if that new high is also at least 1% above yesterday's range. And then you can use different ranges, like I said. If I go back to the position and range filters. We have a number of different position and range filters. Position in 60-minute range, position in a 5-day range, position in 3-month range, etc., etc. There's a lot to experiment with there. Oh, greetings from Turkey. This is wonderful. We have international customers tuning in. That's wonderful. Turkey. I've never been to Turkey. I would love to get to Turkey. Closest I've been is India. Definitely high on the list of places I would like to visit sometime. If I ever make it out there, Bahadur, let's meet for some tea. Oh, Stephanie, just to reiterate, you were asking about what aggressive risk parameters mean. Aggressive means, let's go to the Holly AI tab in my Brokerage Plus. Give you an example. So if I go to Holly AI, I got all these strategies. I'm not auto trading them now. See where it says trading all says off? I'm not auto trading them. But if I wanted to, I would just right click on any strategy and hit enable selected strategy. Now let's go into the edit long trading instructions for this strategy. Let's see. Did we get rid of that? What happened here? Where's the aggressive? Oh no, I'm sorry. Up here at the top where it says re-entries enabled. So if I wanted to enable re-entries, I would choose it, for the long trades as well as for the short trades. And basically what that means is the aggressive, when you see, right now we're only showing moderate and conservative, but sometimes you'll see aggressive showing up here. And that's the risk management mode that's outperforming. And that simply just means that it's showing you your P&L. Had you got into Holly when she got in, you got out when she got in, you got out when she got out. And then you also got back in if the stock retraced and went back to your original entry price. Okay? Does that make sense? And that's what aggressive P&L tracks. Could you cover the P&L window in Brokerage Plus? Sure. So I got a Brokerage Plus window open right here. Click to my positions tab. Stephen Kennedy, are you asking about the histogram that you see right here? This shows me how my P&L has tracked throughout the day with my open positions. These are not Holly trades. These are just my own swing trades. Opened up in the red today. Not surprising. The market gapped down. Had a gap down open, but has steadily trended higher all day, and my positions have certainly reflected that. So my positions right now currently are up $631 intraday. Now let's not get carried away. This is my simulated trading account. These are not real trading profits, but nonetheless, this is what it would look like. Stefan, do you have any specific questions about this window? I'm happy to answer them if need be. But essentially, that's what this window here, this P&L histogram, just shows me the profit and loss of my account has how it's trended today. This is just today. This is not over the course of like a week or a month or whatever. This is just today, since today's open. All right, I seem to be caught up on the questions panel, folks. That first 40 minutes just flew by. I have a little less than 20 minutes remaining here on my window to continue asking questions. So anything that we haven't yet discussed, or if we want to revisit something that we discussed, if there's anything you're not clear of or could use a demonstration of, let me know, and I'll do my best to do that for you. And for any of you, it looks like we've had a few people join in since I first made the intro at the top of the hour. This is a live Q&A. I don't have any topics I'm here prepared to discuss. I'm just here taking whatever questions you have, and we'll go in whatever direction you want to go. So this is your time. This is your hour, or what's left of it. Looks like we have 18 minutes left. But don't feel pressure if you don't have anything right now. We do these sessions every trading day, Monday through Friday, starting at noon Eastern, and we cycle through the trainers. It's a different voice every day. So today is me, Chicago Sean McLaughlin. Tomorrow, I believe Steve handles the training, and Wednesday, I believe it's Michael, and Thursday is Jamie, and Friday is Andy. Sometimes we mix up the order just to accommodate people's schedules, but between the five of us, we got every day covered, and you get different points of view, different perspectives, different skill sets, different experience levels. We all have our different take on a lot of things, so it's good to get a different variety of points of view. So if you have the time, you got the bandwidth, come on in, hang out with us. Any trading day at noon Eastern. Happy to engage with you. Okay, let's see. I got a couple questions that came in. Okay, Debbie's asking, she has some of her own formulas for filters. Is there any way I can write my own alerts? I would like to get an alert if a stock gapped down a certain amount and then went up a certain percent off the low. Debbie, I mean, that particular thing you're talking about, it might be something we could already create without having to create custom filters for you. But there is a way to create custom filters, and full caveat as we get into this topic, this is not my wheelhouse as far as creating custom formulas. Trade ideas, custom form. I'm just going to Google it, because if you Google it, it's pretty cool. It just shows up. Advanced formula editor overview. It'll be right there. And this gives you kind of the instructions of how to create formulas. Gives you all the details on what to do. If you are technically inclined, which I am not, a lot of this stuff will make a lot of sense to you. I am not, unfortunately. I don't use any custom formulas myself. But they do have value, and you can create some. Now, there are some limitations of what you can create. You have to kind of build off of a base that we already have. So, for example, we might have an alert that says cross a 50-day moving average. Well, you don't want a 50-day, you want a 45-day for whatever reason. Okay, well, that sounds like that's something we could probably build a custom formula, just tweak from 50 to 45. But if you want specific help with that, Debbie, I'm not the guy to use to explain that to, but we do have some smart guys. The best thing is just to send us an email, info@trade-ideas.com, and just be as specific as you can about what you're trying to accomplish. And one of our formula gurus will take a look and hopefully be able to build something for you. That's the best I can do for you right now, Debbie. Yes, you can place multiple simple moving averages on a chart. For example, say a 50 or a 20-day moving average. Yes. So let's blow up this chart a little bit here. Let's get a little room here. So you'll notice I actually have two moving averages on here now. I have this blue one is a 50-period simple moving average, and this orange one is a 13-period exponential moving average. I can see them described up here in the header there. See EMA and it's orange and SMAs in blue. You could add any number of moving averages you want. You just simply right-click in the chart, go to Indicators, and you could choose the different moving average you want. By the way, I've got more options here than you do. I'm on a developer's version. The public version only has maybe half of these here, but let this be a little tease to you that some of these are coming. So patience. But yeah, if I wanted to add another simple moving average, I just go here and choose SMA. And it's going to bring up this box. I'll just hit OK to launch it, but I'm going to have to edit it a little bit. So now I got two blue moving averages here. To modify, I just right-click and go to Modify Indicator Parameters. It's going to bring up this little box. You can see all my indicators, and they're highlighted in black or bold. So volume, EMA, average volume. If I scroll down, there's more. EMA 50, EMA 20. This is one I just added. I think it defaults to 20. I could change that period if I want that to be, say, a 5-period moving average. I just go here in periods, change that to 5. Maybe I'll change the color so it looks a little different. Let's change it to, I don't know, black. I'll just do a black one. Okay, hit OK, hit OK. And now you can see, here's the black moving average. That's the 5-period. And then here's my EMA and here's my SMA. All right, Debbie, looks like you got that. Cool, cool, cool. No, you should be able to add multiple SMAs. I mean, I've got two SMAs showing now, right? I got this 5-period one and a blue one. Just right-click and go to Indicators and just add an SMA. And just hit OK. Skip out of that window if you need to. And then go in again, but just this time modify indicator parameters. And it'll be the one you most recently added will be right here at the bottom. Let's make this a 10-period, and let's change the color to, I don't know, what'll stand out. Purple? Light purple? Okay. And then boom, now you can see I got a purple moving average in this, and I've got 4 moving averages. 3 of them are SMAs, and 1 of them is an EMA. So you could have any number of that you want in there. Okay, Stefan had a question. When you get alerted of a Holly trade and you want to mirror it on your own brokerage, then we have to try to get in as close as Holly's execution price, correct? Yes, that is correct. If you want to as closely mirror Holly's performance as possible, then yes, that will require that you enter a trade at or close to the same trade or same price that Holly got into. Now, look, admittedly, if you're manually trading and you're not super fast on your feet, that can be tough, especially in a fast-moving market. Now, it works both ways. You might get a worse fill on one trade, but you might get a better fill on another trade. Let's say an alert fires when you just happen to step away from your desk. Maybe you went to the restroom or something. You were gone for 2 minutes, and during that time, Holly entered a trade, and you missed it. Bummer. Well, you come back to your desk and you see the trade. You see the trade showing up here in the open box. You're like, oh, it just got into BSIG, and she got in at 10.11. Well, here it's trading at 10.35 right now. So yeah, you'd be getting in at a worse price. But it just as easily could have gone lower, and maybe you get in at a better price. So, I mean, look, it's if you're manually trading, it's going to be tough to get the exact same price every time, especially in a fast-moving market, or especially if you're away from your computer and you miss some alerts. But if you do enough of them over time, and you still take every entry, regardless of whether you're getting a better price or a worse price than Holly, I'd be willing to bet that over time, it would end up being a net wash. You'd get some worse fills, you get some better fills, and on average, it probably works out to be a wash. That's just my 2 cents. That's my opinion. I don't have any facts to back that up, but that's my opinion, and I'm sticking to it. Debbie, I see your thing, not custom filters, but custom alerts. It's the same process. We can build custom alerts as well, and you can use that formula editor to do that. Like I said, if you need any help, please just send an email, and our custom formula eggheads will be happy to work with you to figure something out. Can you connect to IB and do one-click trading to match? Yes, you can. Well, hold on. Let me back up. Yes, you can connect to IB, and you could do trades direct from the Trade Ideas platform, right? So if I wanted to trade this BISG right now, I would just simply right-click here, hit trade, and buy based on one of my formulas, using Holly AI or one of my own customer formulas. You got to figure that out, but I would enter the buy, and it would go ahead and do the trade. But it's going to be the same issue, Stefan, that you still might not get the same entry if you're manually pulling the trigger every time. If you're coming in here and having to go in here and hit trade and choose buy, it's just like trading your own platform or a different broker. You're still going to get some slippage if you're not exactly at the same time as Holly, which it's physically impossible to trade manually exactly the same time that Holly does. It's just not possible. So if it's important to you to get the exact same fills as Holly or very close to the exact same fills as Holly, the only true way to accomplish that is through auto trading with Interactive Brokers. You will not, unfortunately, be able to auto trade Holly on a standard subscription plan to Trade Ideas. To auto trade Holly, and this is only for auto trading Holly, you will have to have a premium subscription, because you need the premium subscription to have access to the AI. Okay, that's first step. You have to have a premium subscription to have access to AI. If you don't have a premium subscription, you will not see any of these trades show up on your platform. So you have to have an active premium subscription. That's number one. And if you want to auto trade Holly, you have to have a Brokerage Plus license. You have to purchase a Brokerage Plus license. It's a one-time fee. It's $1,100, and it's good for lifetime. Okay? But that's only if you want to auto trade Holly. If you just want to manually trade Holly, which, by the way, that's what most of our customers do who trade Holly. Most of our customers manually trade Holly. They either manually trade through their Interactive Brokers accounts by coming here and just clicking and making the trade, or they go over to their TD Ameritrade account or their E-Trade account or their Tastyworks account or Schwab or Fidelity, anybody else, whoever they trade with. They see the Holly trade pop in on their screen. and boom, they go over to their other screen or wherever they've got their brokerage platform and execute the trade. That's how the vast majority of our customers trade. Now, we would like to move them into auto trading, and that's the goal. We think that's the real benefit for everybody. But, you know, not everybody is ready for auto trading for a number of reasons, okay? But yes, Stefan, you'll need that premium subscription and a Brokerage Plus license if you want to auto trade Holly. Now, you don't need the license to auto trade your own strategies. If you've built your own strategies in Trade Ideas, you will not need a Brokerage Plus license, although you still will need a premium subscription to auto trade your own strategies. But no, Stephen, you can't have standard if you want to one-click trade Holly. You could one-click trade any of your own trades, you know, from any alert window you've created or any strategies you've created. You can one-click trade those on a standard plan. Yes, no problem. Yeah, you would save time executing. You could save some time executing on Brokerage Plus, even if you're manually trading. You're absolutely right. Okay, Debbie says, I'm confused. I want to decide whether or not to pull the trigger, so I don't want to auto trade. But I would like to be able to trade without entering the symbol in IB. What do I need to do that? So you need to set up external linking, which we talked about a little bit earlier. With external linking, what will happen is if you've linked your Trade Ideas account to your Interactive Brokers account and you click on a symbol anywhere on the Trade Ideas platform, let's say I click on eBay right here. If I click on eBay, not only will it load the eBay charts on my screen, but it will also simultaneously load eBay on my Interactive Brokers platform so that I could quickly make a trade over there. To set up external linking, you have to have your Trade Ideas window, or I'm sorry, your Interactive Brokers account open somewhere on your computer. And then you need to go through here, you go through your TI menu bar, go to Tools, External Linking, hit Add Link, and follow these on-screen instructions. And that's how you set up external linking. Okay, let's see. Stefan. Sean, wait, I'm so confused. To clarify, on standard, and I have an IB account, I can manual trade through the Brokerage Plus interface. Don't care to auto trade. Yes, you are correct. You can manual trade. You could send orders from Trade Ideas into your Interactive Brokers account with your with your Brokerage Plus, with your standard subscription. That's fine. You just won't be able to trade Holly, even manual, because to see the Holly trades, you have to have a premium subscription. Okay, all right, we're clear, Stefan. That's good. Good. Yes, you can do one-click trades into IB, Debbie, and it's pretty damn useful. A lot of people do it. Okay, folks, we got, looks like we got about 3 minutes left here, so I'm going to issue last call for questions. I know there's there were nearly 50 people here at one point, so there's a lot of you who haven't asked any questions yet, which is fine. No shame in hanging out and just lurking and listening. But now's your last chance to ask me a question. Otherwise, we'll be cutting this out here at the top of the hour, and Barry will be back with the live trading room here on this channel shortly after. I'm not sure if he's immediately after, but pretty sure. Let's see. Okay, looks like Barry, he's just about ready. So I'll pass this back to Barry in a minute, but any last minute questions I will try to tackle here. What is the A table about? Debbie, do you see an A table on my screen? I'm not sure what that is that you're talking about. If I remember correctly, I believe that is a top list that Steve Gomez has created. He calls it the A table, I believe, and I believe it's just, stocks that meet a setup that he likes to trade off of. I don't know if that's what you're referring to, Debbie. Okay, yeah. I think I'm correct on that. I don't know if it's in our Traders Vault. Let me see if I can pull this up. Which, by the way, if you guys aren't aware of this channel here, the Traders Vault, this is basically a warehouse of many of the most popular top lists and alert windows and compare count windows that the guys here at Trade Ideas have created over the years and people often ask for. And there it is, the A table right there at the top. So Debbie, if you want to see what's in there, I'll just stretch this out a little bit. If you want to see what's in any of these windows, all you simply need to do is just right click in the window, hit configure. And if you go over to the summary tab, you can kind of see what's set up here. So it looks like it's showing me stocks with a daily volumes at least 500,000 shares a day. Stocks with a short float is at least 10% of the total float. And stocks where the score value is at least 80. So basically what this top list is showing is it's showing stocks that have a high value, a score value. That's a proprietary value that we've created, much in the vein of like the Investors Business Daily score value that they have. I forget what they call it. But it's an arbitrary ranking that kind of describes the health of a stock. And so anything above 80 is deemed to be a pretty, healthy stock that might be in a good uptrend, might be a good investment. Again, just its opinions, but so showing you the best stocks and showing you stocks have a short float of at least 10%, which that means 10%, at least 10% of all shares outstanding are being held by people in short positions. Those stocks are ripe to be pushed higher because when a stock is going up and there's a lot of people holding short positions, the only way they could stop the pain is to buy stock to close their position. So if you find a stock with a high score value and a high short float value, those are stocks that have the potential, have some fuel to move higher. And I believe that's what the A table is trying to find. Cool, Debbie. I'm glad you find value in the scores. So that's it for me, folks. We're at the top of the hour. Peter, I'll answer your question here before I sign off. I'm new here and planning to purchase Trade Ideas. Is there a recorded orientation video for starters, or is it all live rooms? Great question, Peter. Right here where you are in the URL, it says youtube.com/user/Trade Ideas/live. Cut off the live part. Just leave it ending at Trade Ideas. You'll go to the Trade Ideas channel on YouTube, or you just go to YouTube and search Trade-Ideas. You'll find our channel. We have hundreds of short and long videos describing every feature of the platform. And if you scroll down the page a little bit, you'll find the TI University 101 class, the TI 201, TI 301. Those are great introductory classes to get people up to speed quickly on the Trade Ideas platform. Folks, I've reached the end of my time. That's the end for me. Stick around. Barry will be right back with the live trading room. Best of luck, everybody. Talk to you soon.
All right, guys. Well, I'll be doing my video pretty soon, and once I come back from my video at about 1:30, then be interesting to see what sort of action I get here. All right, guys, man, oh man, oh man. There's very few that have not moved well from from this little basic new highs and lows. This is what it should be named, okay? This is what it should be named. This is why I don't want to do it now because I'll miss all the original ones. But this is what it will be named. Guys, look at the volume that just came into Playa. Look at the volume that just came in, guys. Playa, Playa, Playa. 1.5 million shares. That is basically over half the total volume for the day on that 5-minute candle. Look at Playa, guys. Plya. Yeah, listen, I understand this is awfully confusing for people. Barry's Windows does not have these windows. It only has these. It was meant just to get people to focus on my watch list. Okay, it's not called my Windows anymore. I actually asked them to make the change. So now it says Barry's watch list. Okay, Barry's watch list. It is just these three. I'm sharing a lot of other scans, including this one. Okay, sure, like lots and lots of scans I'm sharing, but my Windows, my watch list channel does not include anything else other than this. Well, this gets updated every day. The symbols, but it's the watch list name that gets updated once a week. But the symbols I put in here get updated every day at the end of that's what I do at the end of the once the market closes. That's when I get to scanning and creating the watch list for tomorrow. The symbols that will be in the watch list for tomorrow. Yeah, I'm. Oh, I see. The scans listed in the room folder. Typically, I don't do very. I don't tinker around with those too much. No. But again, I always say it's a boilerplate. Okay, for you guys. This one, for instance, you may want. Look, I mean, look what I've done. I think I've got a price between 1 and 20. You might look at that and go, wow, I don't like that. I want it, 10 and 50. You might have a completely different price range that you want to focus on. So all I'm saying is that you can load the window, and then you can adjust it to how maybe your style of trading. Like I'm not the be all and the end all when it comes to creating this. All right. I mean, this is what I've created for myself, but again, you may have a different idea. Guys, I have to do my video now because I want to be back by 1:30 so I can really start concentrating on these things. There you go. You changed it to 5 and 30. There you go. Or the dreamer did. Okay, guys. So I'm going to put myself on mute, and we'll see you at around 1:30. Okay, so let's start to see what sort of alerts we get later on out of this window. Okay, so Abdul, man, you see, if you can come into the trading room, I can share it with you, okay? The other trading room, excuse me, I know it sounds a little confusing. You think, well, I'm in a trading room, but you're in the what we call the YouTube feed. I can't I can't post all the links in here. It doesn't work well. So if I give you a link to come into the trading room, then I can give you all the links that you want, okay? And I'll just give you the link for the trading room, okay? You're in the trading room, 7. You're already in the trading room. This is where you want to be, okay? I was just answering somebody in the, see, I have 2 feeds going. One's a YouTube feed, which is, it's okay. I mean, you can listen to me, you can hear me. I'm sorry, you can listen to me and you can see my screen, but it's not, there's not as much interactivity among traders, and it's hard for me to hand out links. So that's why I encourage people to come into what we call this room here. Yeah, I understand, but not a lot I can do about it. See, when I was talking to Abdul in this room here. Guys, keep an eye on MDRX, really, because look at MDRX. It's at 656. It really hasn't moved since then. But look left and look how much room it has. I mean, really. And it's not that far from the alert price of 656. Okay, AMCR. This is another one, guys. Look at AMCR. Look at all the room it has on a percentage basis up to that 11 mark. The next high looking left, I think if it, look, if it took out that high, 1022 or so, this could have a little run. Paper, except newsprint mills, okay? So the problem I have with Resi, I guess it's not that bad. The next high looking left on the weekly is 1065. So I guess that, it gives you about 20, 30 cents. But up here is where 1089, a lot of resistance there too. So it's not as beautiful as some of the other ones. Boy, Coop is really holding. I mean, it's pulled back a little bit, but not that much. Well, I'm just kind of waiting now. I'm not getting any alerts. Of course, it would help if I turned the sound icon back on. True, it's not, you're right, I got another 3 minutes. I'm just getting impatient. All right, guys. Well, I ended up taking the MDRX. Now I look at it and it has some room to 693. Okay, that's about 30 cents away. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but I did end up taking the MDRX. So, oh, Hammy, okay, you made it into the room. Excellent. Okay, so just give me a second here. Okay. Okay, so Hammy, everything I'm sharing is here. So if you take a look at this Room Drive icon, it looks like a half open folder. Okay, if you click on that Room Drive icon and you see where it says scans that I share, if you click on download, it'll go to a Word document, and then you can take a look at all the scans that I'm sharing, including the basic new highs and lows. You can also take a look at them here, the scans tab, okay, right there. And they are all here also. Okay. Well, even this one, I mean, it looks so late, doesn't it? 9:50 after it's done this from 9:50, but not really. I mean, look at the break. See, this is what we're looking for, a little bit of consolidation, a little bit of not straight up, and then the move again on volume. And this is what this window is. Even though I don't really have a volume alert on it, it just seems to happen. And so I'm not putting a volume alert in there. Meanwhile, OCFT just continues its A little bit of a pullback there. That's really the first pullback. Where was the original alert? At 1714. We're at 1892 now. This is an all-time high, of course. Obviously, this was I guess, an IPO back here. No, even WRTC. Where was the alert here? WRTC. I don't know why I put an alert there, actually. Hey, one moment, please. All right, guys, this AMCR, watch out if it takes out 1021. That's that high looking left. That's Friday's high. Takes out that high. I mean, it could have a run to 11. AMCR. Now the market is starting to just fade a little bit. Nothing huge. Just a little bit of a couple of bars so far. I wouldn't get too concerned unless we see a big red candle. Of course, now we're above the 200-day moving average. All right, guys. So I am just waiting on some new alerts to come into the window. Okay, guys, just waiting. I'm just gonna have all sorts of patience here. Not gonna hop into anything unless I see something coming in here. Keep an eye on AMCR. I mean, it's right. Basically, it's within a penny of yesterday's Friday's high. AMCR. Well, you can just see, I mean, if it gets some volume, look at the volume for this AMCR. Look how kind of steady it was. A little bit of drift down. Lots of volume, though. It's a big float, 1.5 billion in the float. So it's going to take a bunch to move this. But, you know, if it gets through that, if we get a little volume burst, like almost right now, almost, we get something like looking like this. Time is it? It says another 7 minutes for this candle to close. So we get something like this. We don't want that color, of course, but, and they just pop it through 1020. It's a big float though. This is not typical of the ones that we normally see in here. I don't have a float max or anything, but all right, guys, ASOL. What did I say about it? I said that Well, it's not as hard as it sounds because there's just not as much activity in this room. So I just have to keep an eye on it. There's just not as much activity. I think people mainly in that room are they just want to hear me and see my screen. There's just not that much activity. So it's not that big a deal. All right, one moment, please. One moment. All right, sorry about that, guys. It's going to be a fun 2 weeks. All right, so I'm going to keep an eye on this AMCR and I'm going to I still have my alert set up here. See if it takes it out later. At this point, I'm not getting any new alerts. I should have said, I've traded it out. I'm sorry. I mean, this is the alert right at 6:56. I've traded it out. I may get back in it if it does anything later on, but I've traded out. I'm going to be kind of busy in and out, guys, so it's going to be hard for me to hold on to things. But I've traded it out. I mean, that wasn't fantastic, but 663 got up to 670. It's now back down to where I bought it, and it still has room. I guess so, Calvin. Yep. Michael. Yep. Or just send it to info at the general email, and usually anything to do with back testing will be directed to him. You could try me, but more than likely not going to be able to answer your question. But you can try. I'll tell you right off the bat. I'm not saying this is a dead end here, but let's see if it takes this out again. This MDRX takes it out again. Probably more interested in anything new showing up. The other thing that we found is that was the under, I would say at least $10, maybe even $7 stocks that were, and I mean the ones that are really, really flying under the radar. Just give me a moment. Well, this could be a bit of a reverse day in that all the ones early just haven't really seen anything. I'm waiting for the first one after 1:30. So far, nothing. All right, guys, there's FMCI on the move here again. You don't need a premium subscription, no, Izzy. Standard would be fine. Okay, so BSIG. I think I actually had, wasn't this one of the ones on the watch list earlier today? Now, BSIG, there is resistance right around 11. So that's the issue with BSIG. Right around 11, guys. So that's why it's not, but if it takes that 11, it's got a lot of room. Yeah, minus the 15% the first month. 15% the first month. Yeah, that's just to make sure we only see stocks, okay? EPS is just earnings per share. So you put 0.01 in the min and minus 0.01 in the max. That means that it has to be a stock because only stocks have earnings, be they positive or negative, whereas ETFs don't. So if I leave it blank, I could have ETFs in there. I don't want them. If you don't care about having ETFs, fine. But it just keeps out the ETFs. Yeah, there's a little trick. We figured that out many years ago. I don't know what's going on in the background. Well, it's probably might be one of the trades. Just I'm going to have to take off, guys, for another. It's going to be like this for 2 weeks, guys. I do apologize, but that's just the way it's going to be. Okay, I'm going to have to put myself on mute for a minute. All right, guys, I'm just. Guys, I may have to drop out of here a little bit early today, okay? Maybe around 2:30, so just to let you know. No, it's a miniature poodle. Yeah, this ACL, well, it might be getting ready now. Now this red's only a penny after that little blip there. Problem again, they're not all equal, guys. When you see an alert, I mean, I just look left and I see that 1043. Sorry, that, what do I see? 1043 is the next high looking left. That's only a little over a dime away. It's just one of those things where, you know, it could easily stall it. I know it sounds crazy, but it could just easily stall it. Just rather, if that weren't there, I mean, this could have clear sailing, you know, to the 11 mark. They're called basic new highs and lows, I think. You just don't have the second one, okay? But for you, but I'm going to ask you to do it yourself because, you know, it's good that you know how to do some of these things. When you have the basic new highs and lows, just duplicate it. Okay, you duplicate it, and then all I've done here, I've just turned this into the don't repeat. So right click again, properties, and don't repeat. And I click on don't repeat, and I don't repeat for the day. Okay, for a day, and say, okay, that's it. And then, you know, give it another name. Call it the don't repeat for a day. Just want to make sure I did name them the same. Just a minute here. Okay, guys, there's another little move here for MDRX. Yeah, basic new highs and lows. That's what it's called. It's called basic new highs and lows, okay? Okay, guys, AMCR, I'm hearing it. I'm hearing AMCR now. Look at this little move now for AMCR. And it is now above that high. And MDRX is now back up. I'm not in it anymore, unfortunately. Again, I just have to be aware of when these trades people are coming over, and I'm going to be not able to be at my machine for a bit. So Yeah, nice big bar for the SPY, guys. This must be positive now. Yeah, the market is really positive now. Meanwhile, MDRX, yeah, I wish I hadn't done that, but that's okay. Anybody else? And look at the volume that's coming in. Look at the volume. Okay, guys, look at SFAT. Look at the volume that just came into SFAT. What does it look like looking left? 194. All right, guys, I'll be right back. Well, this FMCI, where did it alert the first time? FMCI 1444 wasn't horrible. I mean, there was a pullback there, a little bit of one. Now look at it, FMCI. Even REZI, after that pullback, so there was the alert at 1032, but lots of, well, I guess it's not as bad. It looks worse on that monthly chart, but actually that's about 80 cents. Yeah, okay. I mean, it's got a little bit of room, REZI. Yeah, it's pretty exciting. As I say, I'm really interested to see how it works tomorrow. I mean, we've got a good day for something like this to be working, okay? Virtually no pullbacks, minor pullbacks. Market now is just extremely strong here. Look at that. Look at the volume, guys. I mean, that is the biggest volume bar right now on the 15, I believe. What time is it? 2:08. Yeah, that's going to be. Still has 7 minutes to close. So look at the volume that's coming into the SPY, into the market itself. Even ASIL, which I was waiting on a long time ago, 1013. Look at this, 1013, 1041 now. Well, we're leaving Elisa Spy now. It looks like it's leaving the 200 day behind again. I'm going to stick an alert at the high of Friday. We have to put in the promo code, Izzy. Well, oh, okay. I thought I gave it to you. There's the promo code. Okay, Barry for Alpha, all in caps, numeric 4. So when you click on the subscription link and you just pick whatever one you want. Let's just say you start out with a standard monthly. You click on it. And then you put the promo code right in there. Enter coupon code. What do I call it? Coupon code. Anyway, promo code right in there, okay? So for instance, if you did that, and then click the right arrow, and there's your discount, okay, for the first month. Okay? And then just proceed. Yeah, but little secret there, Harry. If you click on my link, the room gets credit, so the powers that be know that the room is effective. Hence, my link helps. All right, just watching AMCR here. See if it can, this is just a little pullback. Let's see if it pulls back any further and then continues up here. You know, and moves with the market. If not, I'll forget about it. It's interesting. I mean, the way the market's working right now, these don't have quite, they don't have the same follow through later on in the day that when the market wasn't doing quite like this, as we've seen over the last couple of weeks. Kind of weird how that works. Okay, one moment, please. Well, now look at this. I mean, that's a big, big green bar, and another one is following. So this has got to help all these. I mean, even like Coop is just what? I mean, where was the first alert? Coop, the first alert was 12.48. So we're a dollar over that, a little over a dollar over that. Excellent, Izzy. Okay. I'm going to scrap my watch list, guys. It's too boring. And then I'm going to have to hide this. Can't display this for all you guys. You're going to have to take out a subscription if you want this. Well, we'll see what happens tomorrow. I know I keep saying that, but we'll see what happens tomorrow. And there's the other one, eh? Okay, so Izzy, there are some really good videos for you as a new subscriber. 20 short video lessons, okay? You can go at your own pace, but it goes over all the, how to create an alert window, how to create a top list window, how to do many, many things. There are 20 little videos. I would encourage you to take a look at those, okay? Now, okay, so I would do that tonight. Let's say I know it says 20 lessons in 20 days, but they're not long videos. You can kind of go at your own pace for sure. It's not going to take you 20 days. Yeah, what an amazing alert for this one, the OCFT. It's a lifetime high, so there was no resistance anywhere. You don't know how far it's going to go. But 1714, 1960 now. And you know what? On the 15, I mean, there was virtually nothing to get you out. A little bit there in the fives, on right on that one, maybe get you out some. And maybe a little bit there, but man, oh man, just superb. Well, it wasn't on this watch list. No, it was on, if you call this a watch list, it was right here on the basic new highs and lows the first time, right at 1027. The time was 1027. 1714 was the alert price right there. Now you can see now this is the repeating version of it, but there's the first alert. I only have one channel, but it's you can probably tell which one it is. You talking about these? Barry's watch list right there. That's my channel. But it only has these three windows, okay? That's why the Barry's watch list, we renamed it. This is it. It's paling right now, compared to this, but it's only one day. And that's a good place to go to too. Also, all those channels, they're all themed. Even AMCR. Now, AMCR, again, looks like there could be. There's the next high looking left on the daily chart, 1040. So it's getting close, 1033. Guys, I say, these are the best days to trade. Big gap down, recovery all day. And not just a recovery, like a big recovery. I mean, now the market, we've had an 800 swing? Was the Dow down about 600? Now we're up a couple hundred, 250. We haven't had a swing like this for a while. We were seeing that, of course, many, many days in March, and I think probably April. Huge intraday swings of 6, 7, 800. That was fun. Oh man, AMCR, what a nice little, nice little move. Oh boy. As I say, it cannot be this easy. Something's gone wrong with the price alerts. All right, let's take a look at some of the halts resumes. All right, guys, I'm just waiting to see if we get something out of thin air in here. Ooh, here's one from sort of a variation. Wow, look at seed. 758, 839 now. Again, I'm playing around with a lot of these things. There's seed, 758, 839 now. There was the alert. And no, you can't have it. I'm playing around with these. So, Amanda, I don't know what you mean. How to set up an alert window? Or do you mean how to create your own alert window? Is that what you? A price alert. Okay. Yeah. So just go to a chart. Go to a chart and move your mouse around to wherever you want the alert to be. Okay. So let's just say I wanted to put the alert at the high here. Then I just right click, create price alert, done. If you want, I can't remember the last time I put a note in, but I just save it and that's it. And see now there's a blue line on that chart. So if the price got up there, up to that 150 area, that blue line would turn green. And you can see, there it is. There it's right there. I just put the alert at 151 and it's saying that it's working. And what I do is I take, also, I mean, you should know this. New price alerts window, okay? So now you'll get your price alerts window up. And what I do is I minimize it. I put a sound alert on it. Right click actions and I just follow all this. I put a sound alert on it. I also sort on the triggered column so I see the last alert right at the top. And why I do all that is now I minimize it, because if I get an alert, it's going to pop up on my screen. I'm going to hear it. I won't be able to miss it. And the reason you put a sound alert on it also is that if you're like myself anyway, I have headset on. So if I wander away from my screen, I will hear the alert. And then I can come racing back and seeing what it is. Okay? Oh yeah, okay. I should have. Yeah, we'll try to keep things like that off topic. But you're new, so you probably didn't know. All right, guys. So as I said, I thought I was going to shut down around 2:30. I'm going to shut down now. I'm sorry, a little bit earlier. So, are there any other questions? Okay, I don't see any. So, okay, guys. So sorry about shutting down a little bit early. Usually I shut down around 3, but a little bit early. It's a couple of things I have to do. So we'll see you tomorrow, everybody. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern. So we'll see you in the trading room tomorrow. Bye-bye.